Wow, what a waste. The poor children.
Hello, horror. I saw. At some point, I'm going to be having to run an errand with Star, and then I get to spend time with her, since Tuesday is one of her off days. She's right now running errands with the husband of our babysitter. So we'll see how much I can get through between then.
Wow, what a waste. The poor children. Wow, what a waste. Wow, the poor children. Waste. The poor children. Wow, what a waste. The poor children. Wow, what a waste. The poor children. Wow, what a waste. The poor children.
Okay, horror. You have a choice here. I've put aces on top of exotic currencies for delirium. Because of what my character can be capable of farming and doing, what's left outside of general currencies, which is also a choice, you can have your sound effect applied to one of the exotic currencies or to gems and bases, or chancings, or uniques. If you want it to be heard often, you'll probably want to choose general currency. If you want it to only be heard at a specific time doing a specific piece of content that doesn't show up often, you'll want it on one of the exotic currencies. Where would you like your sound effect to be? Exotic shit. Okay. So that leaves you catalysts, which are breaches, which I do often. Omens, which are semi-not common for me right now. Or essences. Which one would you like? Okay, that'll be breaches then. With skin of black!
Fuck.
I think that is the only thing that applies inside of Catalyst Breach, with the exception of Splinters. Actually, no. Another one here. I am a man with skin of black! There you go. So here, does anybody else hit me with the requests? Beyond idea using unique belt, alchemist, spoon, and flash charge, and enough charging combat use, guard stacking for defense and crit. Minions for infernalists, lightning characters, not a mana tempest, mind over matter. You safe and easiest, normal lightning skills giving mana and energy shield and tree with the items and Eldritch battery turn into more mana. Nodes turn your mana into an engine to more style lightning damage to build a 1 stat mana intelligence stacker. Yeah. And then updates. Nothing. And then musical bits. Unity. Okay. Here. Okay, tab. No one posted, but I have one check. And check my emails really quick. That's all the ones that I know of for now. Okay. I have a fairly simple understanding of the WoW shit, but I'll probably get more context as I continue looking. I've seen pieces and bits of it because there are a significant amount of people that don't like pirate software. Me personally, I don't pay attention to shit that usually involves like streamer-only guilds of things, because OnlyFans isn't a new concept, or it isn't a new activity that all of those broadcasters have done together. It's just over my head because I don't keep up and watch those streams because I don't care to. Just need to confirm that the sound effects work in the filter and save the filter itself directly. CCG, POE2, filter. Save new sync. And then also save the strictness. Filter file directly into documents, my games, POE2, into the folder. Well, I think I actually do have to download this file directly, don't I? Must be safe. My games. Run it. It's gonna take me a second to fucking target something so I can make sure that it functions as intended. It says sound effect on Delirium, and there's a sound effect on Breach. Game interface, So we have the off filter and the on filter, as well as a hard copy of the hard filter. Successfully uploaded. Now I need to test with the map. Okay. Here's deserted. Put a bunch of shit on it. Rarity, quantity, increased ailment threshold, chance to bleed, stun threshold, reduced flash charges. This is the attack speed bracers. Because I still haven't set up all the other connections yet, but we're just going to make sure that it works as intended.
Freezing strike.
So I got a rage of fucking 14. Where's the hand game? The runs are weird. Alright. Pause this. These punchers need to be marked. Well, it's working. I hope that's to your liking, horror. I don't think I should put the sound effect on top of all of the fragments that are dropping, these breach splinters. That would be frequent, often, and loud. But it will trigger often enough. This just happened to be not a very good example because the area in which the breach opened around was not very good for spread. When we get explosions with items that are like that off of items that are dropping from the breach, it will be more frequent. See? Let's finish this map. There might even be an extra hand in here. Pretty sure that I saw the line read with that. Okay. Table.
I'll be here. Waiting.
Gems.
Charged stuff. Temp.
It's gotta be down. Or it's up. Not the most exciting shit, I imagine. Gotta be careful about this problem. Until I can get this evasion rating higher, it's an issue. basically means until I can be able to both get equipment that can have hybrid as well as those nodes that I don't have because I had to put in stat nodes. It's a problem. That's yellow. One additional clasp hand. Probably didn't have another one. Oh well. Okay.
Speak.
Ew. Also ew.
On with you.
Okay. We begin by setting up the rest of the connections. Okay. This, and this. And ya boy, Jimbo. All right. It is 11:39 a.m. on a Tuesday. I'm hungry. I'm cold. I want back scratches. Let's begin. First things first, there's actually some stuff that I can actually explain about this first story. Hardcore leagues in any game that requires you to pay attention to your life or you lose your entire progression it's an element that most people don't get. So, yesterday, when I went over the Elon Musk POE2 fake account piloting / gameplay, there's an element to that for people on the outside looking in, they don't understand it, they don't get it. All the veterans, anybody who knows anything about the game, They look at the situation, and they can obviously tell, aha, this motherfucker's fake. This story has 3 dimensions. The first one is pirate software. The second one is OnlyFans. The third one is what is responsible for why pirate software is reacting and behaving the way that he is. Before we talk about that, let's talk about this and put it on screen. Soda Poppins has already Soda Poppins, most members of OnlyFans, and others that are rolling with them. OnlyFans is made up of nothing but fucking streamers. It's made up of nothing but popularity streamers. Doesn't matter what game they play, doesn't matter their background, they're probably in the guild. Because of what had happened, Pirate Software has already made a public-facing statement. And it reads as follows. To those trying to character assassinate me online for a bad pull in the Dire Maul WoW hardcore, this is hardcore WoW, and a lot is on the line when you step foot into a dungeon. Here's a light breakdown of the past 24 hours. Our party went the wrong way and overpulled multiple packs with the boss. The shot caller made a call to run, then went back on that call. During the run out, another pack was pulled as we had opted to skip it previously, which is never a good thing. The first problem here is that the shot caller chose to clear the dungeon without properly setting up an escape should they need to retreat. And then they absolutely fucked up. They fucked up on the pull, they fucked up on the retreat, and because of a prior call, they fucked up on their escape. Communication was completely broken through, and it was our second time failing the dungeon. Everyone played poorly, and 2 people ultimately lost their characters for it. Each person in this group made mistakes, including myself. I never once said I was perfect in my play or that I was a god gamer. I'm just an ex-Blizzard employee who's played Mage a long time. To pin that on a single person is absurd at best, and if you're calling for death and cancellation over it, you're too invested in its content in a very unhealthy way. If you're a creator engaging in this behavior, then eventually your content wave will end, but the relationship you solely will be permanent. Hope it was well worth it for you. For those trying to defend me, don't worry about it, this too shall pass. Do not attack anyone else on my behalf. I've already hated that kind of behavior. I have no intention of stopping making things or not doing stuff I've already been. Those who were banned will stay so. I've never liked that kind of knee-jerk reaction behavior in our community, therefore, and I will not be changing that now. For those that don't understand why they will stay banned, we had a 10-hour-long hate raid over it live on Twitch. We had to ban nearly 4,000 accounts across all platforms, and our moderators received death threats regularly throughout all of it. People called for me to be killed both in-game and out-of-game. They tried to get me banned from Twitch, the guild, and WoW. They tried to make disparaging comments about our ferret rescue, or that we somehow hurt our animals. They tried to spread hate rumors, saying that I was convicted of felonies or many other things. The internet hate machine will not defeat me or the community that supports me. See you in WoW Hardcore tomorrow. Just take the L. It's not that hard. Hope that was worth it for you. Amal, low bro, thinks he's him. Google Moldover's fig tree. He's him, alright. The biggest problem with this is, number one, Pirate Software is one of multiple content creators that just frequently is in the zeitgeist. He's all over everything, and that mostly has to do with YouTube Shorts. Now, because I know what I know about TikTok, I know that he has been viral all over YouTube Shorts and TikTok, because most of those clips are being made on Twitch, and then are being exported to TikTok as well as to YouTube Shorts. Because of his position, most people have heard of him or have seen his clips, but they know nothing about him. All they know is he has a deep voice, he's ex-Blizzard, he plays video games, he has a side stream that is for the ferret rescue that's almost running always 24/7 alongside his stream, and that he talks about people needing to go out and make video games. It's in his bio, even. Pirate Software, game developer, director of strategy at Off-Brand Games, making Heartbound with Rivermakes and Stitch and Wakerin, business, pirate, sidequestmedia.com. And then Pirate Software at Live, which is his Twitch account.
Kind of a joke.
And he's live right now.
Yeah, but it became more and more a thing.
9 hours of content creating.
during the day.
14,
when
close to
you still have
14.8k
money
people.
Otherwise, it's kind of like you really
1.3 million followers.
that you're doing, and that's
With a broadcast
it's
schedule
easier because
anywhere
you have so
from
much fun doing it.
10 hours
Then,
ago,
you know,
9,
it
which
was
is actually
Funtime,
counting
so, like,
today, with OnlyFans,
even doing
18 yesterday, 11 yesterday,
theater game,
13 the day after that,
that's how I
12
felt
the day
at some point.
before that, 14 the day before that,
previous games, but
and then 17 on the day I was doing
but yeah,
Ashes of
I know,
Creation,
yes.
and I suppose also
enjoyed
OnlyFans.
it. I think enjoying making games.
The amount of time he puts into streaming is equivalent to what I do. Problem is, one, on Heartbound, it feels like that game's never going to come out. Yeah. But then also, the way that he talks to people, because he's so data-oriented, he comes off braggadocious, a humble braggart, and passive-aggressive. And it's mostly because of the sound of his voice. If you've never heard him speak, let's together experience some of his clips.
Who wants to know the secret for YouTube Shorts? It's one of the strangest things you'll ever see. There's a little checkbox, and that checkbox says, if you want to notify your subs of the upload. And you know what you do? You uncheck that box. Why would we do this, chat? Why would we uncheck the box to notify subscribers? Well, the way that the algorithm works on a lot of these platforms is if you have a bunch of subs and it sends it out to those subs and they don't interact with it, it goes, wait a minute, people aren't interacting with this. I won't waste my time with it. Many people who subscribe to you will eventually be dead accounts. They don't log in anymore. They don't look at YouTube. They may not interact with your stuff, etc. If you turn this off, it sends it only to people who aren't subscribed to you yet, which means live active users. So when you make a short, you uncheck that box and it goes into live feeds only with real people interacting with it. Who wants to know that? Actually, how many of you don't even know that Alt Print Screen exists? Did you know that if you hold down Alt and then hit Print Screen, it'll actually only capture the program that you are currently in? Did you know that? Here's another one for you. Hold down on your keyboard right now, Control, Alt, Shift, Windows, and then hit L. Control, Alt, Shift, Windows, L. Do it right now. And that's not a joke. And it's not going to screw up your computer. Control, Alt, Shift, Windows, L. Now do it with T. Do it with P. Just realize how horrifying that is. For a moment, you've gained some cursed knowledge. Enjoy. Actually, how many went back to the doctor? Doctor's like, hey, sometimes in your early 30s, your voice can change as a man, and it's effectively second puberty. This is what I used to sound like. That's what I used to look like to this 5 years ago. Wait for this. This is awful.
My hot dogs are freshly picked. I'm gonna have to peel it. I'm gonna have to peel my hot dog.
Yeah, that was it, dude.
Every good hot dog needs to be peeled.
Went back to the doctor. Doctor's like, hey, sometimes.
So, this is the general idea of what most people know about pirate software. He doesn't come off as a humble braggart, comes out as egotistical. I've seen more of his content. I'm not really gonna disagree with you. It's just that I've seen him at his worst and I've seen him at his best. However, I've also seen him when he wants to defend something, and he does so from a position where he very much will bump heads with strong personalities, and that's where the egotistical nature comes from. Good case example of this is his conversation with Devin Ash over the Twitch details about whether or not there was or was not a adpocalypse.
Gigantic meme.
I do they act myself? Yeah.
Twisty malicious about it all. Yeah, I'm gonna put this all together. I think this makes a lot more sense. And this is why I wanted to come on, because I'm like, okay, there's a lot of people that are gonna have hot takes on both sides. There's a lot of people that are gonna be believing all these things factually. Let's learn something. And that makes way more sense now.
Hello,
I think
Buster.
people have. Yeah. I think everybody is.
Also, Buster, while you're here, I'm putting together through the POE2 filter. I need a sound effect from you that you would prefer to have in the filter and where you want it to be. Don't immediately think you have to do it quickly, because I don't know how much time you have. But I just wanted to be able to grab you while I had a chance to grab you.
Better for us talking. and I'll also put this up on YouTube, and I'll also amend my statement and make and say something similar, like something along the lines of like, I don't want people to freak out now, but I want people to be aware, like in the long term, that like there's potential for this. Make decisions, diversify, that kind of thing. Yeah. And then overall, had a really good conversation with you.
Yeah.
Good shit, man.
Okay.
Now, where is it? There's a really good section where they go back and forth about this here. Let me see if I can find it.
But you don't think that like
This, in context, by the way, is from a 2-hour and 23-minute VOD called "Talking the Twitch at Adpocalypse with Pirate Software." All of this was recorded live on air.
and like that are thinking
Why not? Because you get into politics when it's spiraled out of the data. And
Here we go. This isn't the particular back and forth that I want, but this is a good example of when he's at his worst.
stay away from the absolute insane culture war that has spiraled out of this.
What do you mean by culture war?
I don't give a shit. Oh, no, people are talking about it where it's like, oh, anti-Semitism on Twitch. There's people talking about, like, oh, Hassan said these things, or Asmongold is this, or any of the shit. I don't care about any of that.
Why not?
I care about the objective data that we have with this. Why not? Because you get into politics with that. I don't talk about politics. I never do.
I don't either.
I hate that shit, to be honest with you. It's not positive in any way. It doesn't add any benefit to the viewer in this case. I don't want to give my take on it. Splits your audience. None of this is positive. Right?
Yes.
It's not what I do on my broadcast. So with that, I go, here's the numbers that I have. This is the only thing that we have with the numbers. You guys are going to go fight about the ideological battle on the other side. That's not about me. I don't care about that.
Do you, okay, I promise you I'm not digging you into a corner with this one. Like, that's not my objective, right? Is because I'm also the same as you. I don't go right or left. Nobody here knows my political affiliation. We are so aligned on this shit, man.
They don't know mine either.
Yeah. We're so aligned on this shit. So one thing that I do think is our concern as broadcasters and as people in this industry is that if there is extreme, it doesn't matter if it's right or left. It does, like, let's throw out all that shit. Hassan, whoever, Destiny, don't care. But if that content, that polarizing content that advertisers are dropping, are pausing ads, was droppings of strong words, so say pausing ads over. If that exists on the website, do you think that it is worthwhile to have a discussion on whether that stuff should be here or not? Like, but macroscopically, not right or left.
If you're wondering my take on that, I wish politics wasn't on this platform.
I do too. I'm fucking called for that. Yeah.
So, dude, I wish politics and sexual content of any kind wasn't on this platform. I wish that it wasn't there because it scares away, as we talk about, advertisers in general. I think that it is a dangerous thing for the platform overall. I think it's polarizing for the platform. It hurts the brand of Twitch, and none of this is good. I've always wanted that off the platform. I've been talking about that for years. Of like, I really hate this, which is why I don't have that content on my stream. I've always talked about that being the case. All of that is dangerous for every other content creator on here. And if you are correct in your statement where you're saying that all of these people are pulling advertisement and it's going to create an adpocalypse, then it will be because of that content scaring away this content.
Yes, 100%.
That's the issue.
Exact same page.
If it is, though, and that's where we're split on it, which is objectively, I cannot prove that is happening yet.
Yeah, no.
So, in general, he likes numbers, he likes data. Whenever he fights with people over these numbers or data, he doesn't go along with the zeitgeist of people. This, plus his general audience, and his bravado, and how he comes off, is where most people break bread with him. So, these factors are the reason why this particular reaction to him has happened. One second, I'm DMing someone. Okay, so first dimension, Pirate Software has an eccentric attitude. 2, people perceive that eccentric attitude extremely negatively. And 3, because of his know-it-all nature and how he comes off with that know-it-all nature, those that dislike people like him are more likely to make the common brain rot accusations in the common brainwave comments, like the so-called man thinks he's him attitude. Most of the time, he just posts, just like any other broadcaster posts. But he's known as pretty much the go make games and go make indie games guy. And then after every so often, he's intertwined with a bunch of other broadcasters. Then, on the factor of OnlyFans. OnlyFans, like I mentioned, is full of nothing but content creators and streamers and broadcasters. People like Soda Poppin', Ms. Kiff, Tyler One, and others like him. Now, as the post breakdown explained, they got stuck inside of a raid. And they got stuck inside of a raid that went poorly, and 2 people died for it. Ultimately, they could probably be able to recover the equipment and the items in question. The thing that they cannot recover is the wasted time with the amount of work and hours, man-hours, physical man-hours of leveling. So, just like for Path of Exile in the bottom right corner, if this character were hardcore and I were to die, I lose everything this character is equipped with and what was in their inventory at the moment of death. There'd be no way to salvage it. It'd be gone. So this quarterstaff would be gone, this helmet would be gone, this necklace would be gone, the rings, the gems, the currency that was wasted on the gems, the jewels that are inside of its tree, all of it goes. This is a choice, but it is a choice that is mitigated by working with other people. Hence why all those streamers are together, because they have nothing better to do. From the audience position's content, from the streamer position, it's a double dip investment. Because you watch them go through shit live, and just like with, say, the worst of the drama when it was with Once Human, if you're on the side of the content creator that's making the shit, and you watch them go through that, it's endless entertainment. Doesn't mean that it's good, or that it's positive, or that it's healthy. It's entertainment. This is where most of the internet starts coming in, because this drama happened live on air, as did the breakdown about what happened live on air. This is then when you would see an interaction and interweb from Irrational Chat, which is then this. Despite the fact that the vast majority of criticism was reasonable, if at harsh and at times mean, this complete victim-andy response has now framed it to some sort of deranged hate campaign full of death threats and hate raids, with retards obviously eating it up. This guy is a total loser and will hopefully draw more people to the other tall tales and bullshit that he's done throughout his career. Just Google Matt Dalvis Fig Tree if you want to see more. I googled it. What exactly am I looking at here? That is horrifying. The truth will set you free. Ferrets when you don't bathe them. What the fuck is this? Pirate Software's earliest internet presence as a public figure was running some company that made furry avatars in Second Life, and you're looking at their ferret avatars. We have, I think, 2 people that play Second Life in my audience. One of them is my woman. I think the other one is Saf. This is a nothing burger. This is the most nothing burger fucking nothing burger. Is it funny that he worked for a company that made ferret avatars? Say it slowly. Worked for a company that made ferret avatars. Now see, it'd be one thing if you're telling me that he did content in the past where this was his avatar and he was talking about how you should be able to fight against your right to have a fucking bedtime. But that's not the case. This is faking gay. I'm sorry. There might be people who disagree. I'm sorry. This is faking gay. This is not only just not a nothing burger. This is you actively looking for something to try and make this shit more important than it is. And this is exactly what Pirate Software is against. I'm not glazing the man. I'm not defending the man. It's just... It's like if you were to tell somebody, hey, did you know that Single Player Carl used to work for a company that made and designed live-in feng shui buildings where players that played Neopets and IMVU? As opposed to, hey, did you know Single Player Carl used to use a PNG avatar of himself lubed up with abs? The cringe factor is lost! Any kind of funny is gone, because you have nothing! Nothing! It's gay. It's lame. It's gay. It's lame. It's gay. You guys can do better than this. so lame and it's so gay. But it continues on from this because, of course, Pirate Software would notice that TreadLogic was doing this. And I believe he then bragged about the fact that he was then blocked by him. Yes. It's somewhere here. Yes, right here. Top of here. So, there's an element of this where there are people on Twitter and everywhere else that are just trying to find ways to eat this shit the fuck up. Because they really want this to be like a 5-alarm fire. That makes Pirate Software look cringe. Okay, so there's 3. Thank you for stepping up this information, Warren. Now, there are multiple people who have already started looking into this. Even, it's reaching the POE2 side of things, because POE2 players love looking at hardcore deaths and the situations around them. But we go to Soda Poppin' for the breakdown of the investigation of the Pirate Software drama.
It is.
Yeah.
All right.
Cycle of life, man.
So let's break it down. And it's really, and I would know this, it's easy to go back to things with hindsight glasses. It is. A lot of people don't account for human error, but I'm going to watch this and I'm going to break it down with that in mind.
Have you seen the guy that's trying to actively reduce his age?
I know. Oh, that's crazy. I've seen this dude.
We got 2, so just focus this.
Okay.
Boss coming too, watch out.
Yeah, I got you all. God damn.
Okay, run, sure. Target dummies are down, that's fine. I mean, from right here, I would just start rank 1 blizzarding immediately. Even, yeah, it's a sticky situation. Does he have rank 1 blizzard on his bar?
Yeah, to do it.
I assume that's his rank 1 blizzard and that's his max rank. Does he click it? Bosses can't be slowed, doesn't matter. Boss gets tanked, no problem. Any other mobs just get CC to the backline. Pretty simple. I don't know, does he click that? I don't know.
He's killing Massive, yeah, target him. Killing Massive.
No.
I'll see how you fight.
There's a blizzard. Is that a max rank?
I can target him, yeah. To do it.
He's killing Massive, yeah.
Take Link.
Killing Massive. No.
I'll see how you fight.
Oh, that's a max rank. Okay,
So, the first thing happens in the first 2 minutes. They fail the pull. They pull away from the pull. And as mage, the responsibility of Thor is to CC the mobs in the back and allow for an escort out for everyone else. This is what Soda Poppin's not explaining.
yeah, that's a max rank blizzard, and I think there's a lot of fear. Pirate is scared right now.
The reason why Pirate Software is scared, as it would then be mentioned on other content, is that he is the artificer for the guild. He is the enchanter. So he's carrying all of their upgrade materials, all of their spec materials, all of their enchanting materials, and things that are necessary and useful, not only for raiding, but for general content, period. He is basically a loot goblin. If he dies, they lose all of that. So, he has a responsibility not only as a DPS, but he also has a responsibility as switch pull. Switch pull, meaning his job is to swap aggro and focus with another DPS and apply CC and damage. All of this is going through his head, and he has no guarantee that there will be a survival out of this situation because of the mitigating factors that are going to begin to appear as they get out of this escort.
I think he has no idea what's able to happen. He doesn't know what any of these mobs do, so he's terrified for his own life. He is. And I can excuse that. That's fine. Can't flag on someone for sucking. Or not sucking, just not knowing. However, the max rank blizzard here was a part of just sucking. I don't know why you would max rank here. I don't know the plan. And then cancel it immediately, only hitting 1 high unit. But again, panic, sure. It's a lot of Mooncloth.
Hey, grenade, you didn't healing. Yeah, just heal me, just come back a little bit.
So go for him.
It's not me, just run.
I see he also has mana gem.
So, the guy that sounds like he is like the guy that was made up as a joke based on Thor's dad. By the way, piece of detail that you'll probably hear over his shorts if you don't already know it. Thor's father is the guy from Blizzard who was made as the joke in that South Park episode about the guy that has no life that spends all his time playing WoW. He was member of Product Details and Research. He was the meme. And this is the son of the meme. And that's gonna be the title of this breakdown. So, the guy that's doing that's calling those plays and those call-outs, that's his shot caller. His shot caller called for the move. Now he's calling for return.
and I'm assuming that's the Mage Weave, or the, what do they call it, the Robes of the Archmage, and their on use gives mana. Okay, so he has a lot of mana. I don't, that's either Holy Water, but it's not a mana potion. I don't see any mana potions in his bag, actually, unless this is actually a mana pot, but I assume that it's next to Scourge Stones, it's Holy Water. Okay, so he doesn't have a mana pot, unless it's behind his Gandalf hat. But he does have Mana Gem, and he does have the robes, and that's enough.
I can help a lot, yeah.
And honestly, even if he didn't have that, rank 1 Blizzard. That's your job here. That is,
Why are you walking, bro?
they should all be walking up together, and they should all be fine.
This is savage to the core, man.
Kill the Masters. Kill the Masters. We got this. In a sense of...
What's up, me?
Do you see my mana? What am I supposed to do?
Just kill the Masters. Okay, we
More
can
than
do
one way.
The Masters can be Ice Novas.
Now we're gonna wait.
Sara?
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, get out.
Run. He has mana, so I don't know.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
You have, okay, Evocation is on cooldown, sure. But you have Mana Gem, you have robes.
There's no missing much.
You have a boss in you, you called Ron.
Finish load.
This is not the time to be argumentative. It's not.
Wait,
Anything for me? I don't.
If that's in Discord, I'm annoyed.
I cannot stun him. Also,
Run for now.
I got also
Mod was at $1.76.
They called
Most
Run,
of them have,
I
like,
ran,
the
and I was out of mana.
master-
I don't know what the hell they were expecting. That does not make any sense. No, they overpulled 2 pulls and the boss. Like,
So I assume he's muted and he's talking to his chat right now? With his hand being there? I'm assuming he's a mute.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, the regular ogres can still be balled. You just had the boss and like 5 Masters and 2 ogres.
They didn't even need to run. I think they probably could have done that. Sure, they made the call to run. That's fine. Like, I can totally see why they made the call. They could have fought and killed it. But whatever. But wow, that was a horrible...
Pyrat, King of Roaches, smokes of death. Out of mana.
I don't think he got them killed on purpose. I think he just sucked ass and panicked.
Ogre killed one and then walked it out.
And from what I gathered, again, I haven't deep dived this stuff, but from what I've gathered, he never said he did anything wrong. I mean, like, again, like, I'm not gonna fault the guy for sucking. Like, you can, did not use his toolkit, did not use his mage properly whatsoever. I think if you put, I could name 5 mages 60 right now. Lucario, no one dies there, believe it or not. Cobalt Drake, no one dies there. Ambi, no one dies there. Nathan, no one dies there. Zico's dead, but Zico on his 40 mage, I don't think anyone dies there.
Moon.
The problem about hardcore death rips, as we in Path of Exile, we studied POE1 rips, we've been studying POE2 rips, which is why we're all coming up with ideas that are finally getting implemented. Thanks, John. This week, about things that need to be changed, like the ability that I can resocket a new rune into my fucking equipment. Nobody can know the time or the hour of their rip. They just know that it's coming. And so, the job of realizing and analyzing a hardcore rip isn't to blame the player and say, well, you didn't know what the fuck you were doing. You were gonna have that rip anyways because blah 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 blah. You don't know the time or the hour. What we can figure out is how best to work off of what happens next. Because there's no way that anybody could say that he knew that he was going to rip, or that he knew that someone was going to rip. All he can go off of is, here's what was possible, here's what happened, here's what I could do, here's what we did. That's it. Nothing else works, nothing else happens. Protobom's being discharitable, simply because he wasn't there. And this back and forth shit? Okay. This back and forth shit is the reason why there's a campaign against him. The back and forth is directly responsible for why there's a campaign and why he even has to make a statement saying, I'm not going to let the hate get to me. In most rips, the mistake is on yourself because you're playing a single-player game. Because WoW is a multiplayer game, now every single rip you have is going to be calculated by that result in a way where you have no idea who's going to be truly responsible, because who knows what the fuck is going on. If you had a multi-stream view clip where you had the feed of the inside household situation of every streamer at the time that this was happening, you would have a Rosh Showman event recreation of exactly how these deaths happen. Because of course, without knowing the details beforehand, because all they can see is the situation where it happens, they don't see everything that leads up to it. That results in an entire reaction that then gets spiraled against him because nobody wants to be charitable. And from there, shit goes off the fucking margins. Because how can he defend himself? Now he's being attacked by not just people inside the guild, but the entire internet. Now his reaction in every situation has to be, who's going to put out information that doesn't need to be out in the streets? Because you're upset at me over something that happened. And shit like that.
Moon waddled so pirate could run.
No one dies there. No one. Not a
He
single
says his
person.
out of mana goes to click the mana crystal, then ice barriers instead.
Yeah, did he have a... Oh, so he knew he had mana. It's a misplay.
Even an ice level.
You guys pulled that when
I think he didn't realize he had it, and then he realized he had it after he already left and kind of just doubled down based on ego.
You instantly ran out, bro. You instantly ran. You didn't even
As
look
much as
back.
you're angry right now, of course I ran.
I know,
You
yeah,
would have pulled 2 packs. You would have pulled 2 packs and a boss. I had 1,400 mana left. I had to spend all of that mana to try and put on Blizzard to save you guys in the first place, and nothing left.
Not
You weren't
really.
paying attention to party resources. You overpulled, and you weren't paying attention to where the boss was.
Just take some blame, goddammit. Just
I
a bit.
don't know if we could like.
So, here's the problem. And this is where it's going to be back and forth. He is justified to defend himself. Because he's not the playmaker. He's not the playmaker. And because he's not the playmaker, his viewpoint is correct. His job isn't to argue about it. His job is to follow the call of the playmaker. And then, it's hardcore. Survive. So, follow the call, don't die. Being the people that will then say, why don't you just take some blame? How? It wasn't his call. He didn't make the decisions. So let's phrase it a different way. Let's say we were all doing raid content inside of Toontown Online. Because it's actually the exact same mindset. The only difference is that there is no hardcore inside of Toontown Online. 4 people, 1 building, 5 cog floor. 1 person miscommunicates or mistimes or is late or has lag. If we're all together in the same call, and we ask what the hell's going on, why did we drop aggro on position 4? Position 4 can be capable of telling me, oh, I'm sorry, something happened. I got pulled away from the screen. Because there's a 30-second wait delay before a turn terminates, and then terminates your ability to put in interaction. In Toontown, when a toon gets knocked out, there's no reviving them from death. They get sent back to the playground, and they lose all of their gags. Right now, where the scale for my character is, he has a 50 gag limit. 1 gag costs 1 jelly bean. So, I get knocked out on what my character currently has is 65 laugh points. We take a 40 damage spread across the entire team, because on the last floor, they chose to try and make training for a gag tune-up. Rather than taking the tune-up and healing ourselves up. Because this happened on camera, I believe, yesterday. An individual constantly in the middle of one of our buildings, interrupting our group CC by spamming sound so that he could train tune-up. In a dangerous situation like that, if that person's decision then rips the entire team, we're all going to look at him like, why did you fuck up the CC? And when they say something like, well, I wanted to train, we would then say, but this wasn't a training building. If you wanted to go train tune-up, there was a place where we could go train tune-up. We needed to live in that situation. It'd be the same discussion. No matter how big or how small the group is, as long as the number is bigger than 1, you're going to have a back and forth. But the end of the day is that if it's a game based on someone needing to be the lead on the calls, so that they know how to do the rotations, do the setup, do the pull, do the aggro, do the elimination, and do the kill, then it's what it is. The only closest way that I could be able to simulate something like this was if everybody today, or someday afterwards, was to play Ron Online, which is the closest you're going to get to WoW that I would want people to put themselves in the environment for, while playing a game from fresh level 1 start. The amount of time, the amount of effort, the amount of item grinding, the amount of item creation grinding, the amount of resource gathering. For everyone in a group, assuming that they started in the same university start, regardless of whatever class they played, with no extremers, it would be the exact same problem. You'd still have a scientist for healing. You'd still have physical ranged and tank DPSs for pull and for tank aggro. You'd still have medicinal users for overtime enchanter use. You'd still have crafters. You'd still have all these same issues. But what you definitely wouldn't and shouldn't have is people that aren't in the situation telling you how you did something wrong and going along with public opinion to try and push you to take shame for something that is not your fucking blame. Because no matter if he takes the blame or not, people are still going to tee off against him. It doesn't help. Technically, if they were playing by normal guild rules, this would have never been a situation that would have been talked about outside of people that weren't in the guild. People would hear and see about this drama live in air, yeah, but they would not be talking about this outside of open doors. And then if somebody leaked about the situation to try and get flame on him, they would have been banned from the guild. Simple as. If this were during the time period that my sister came from, we would have never heard about this drama outside of people who were there watching it live on camera. The VODs would have been privated, deleted, and they would have moved on because it would have been handled in-house. And if it were handled in-house, they wouldn't be an issue. But here we are. So let's consume the content that is in front of us.
Okay,
Move back.
not a
Back
big deal.
Yeah.
But there wasn't even like any like information. We are just yapping about useless stuff. Do you see my point?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I called it the boss coming though, but at that point, maybe it was too late to move back.
Like you're telling me like a rank 1 mage would not like at least to try Frozen Water. Like you're not even like in danger.
Oh,
At least
100%
try
danger.
Frozen Water. Like,
100%.
no, you're not.
No, 100% danger.
No,
If
it's
your
not.
shot caller says run, it's time to run, you run. That is how that works.
No, it's not.
You were the shot caller, you called for run, I run.
I'm not a shot
And I was
caller.
out of bounds.
Actually, I'm
This is a league match. I'm locked in.
Oh, dear God.
And I can still
Yeah, play shot caller today?
Frozen Water.
Go roll
You're
me
the first
into it.
person that ran away and didn't even look back. Literally.
This is the
You didn't
second
say
time.
anything.
This is
You
the
could at least
second.
said, like, the boss
You're just gonna talk over me? Is that what we're doing now? You're just gonna talk over me? Is that what we're doing?
My point.
Okay. You done giving your point? You good?
Yes.
Okay, cool. You go roll a mage then. See you around.
Did you leave a call?
I don't think that's.
No, he's not.
Insane. No.
What?
Listen
What?
to Ampy and
That is
go about
outrageous.
the situation.
You can't blame me for that. You make a bad poll. You make a bad
I'll keep this.
call. That's on you. They pulled that with a mage at no mana left. And they pulled 2 packs and a boss. What the hell am I supposed to do for that?
Isn't there a
I
clip
could-
of like Ampy with 0 mana? And again, it's like you're not expected to play and Ampy saves. I think it's Tyler's group in Skolo. Like you're not expected to play like Ampy. But whenever someone dies, like what you do is you put on your own hindsight glasses and you kind of you take a step back and you say, if I was a robot and I played perfectly, what could I have done? And it's okay if you don't play that well. But when another mage literally does that, and then you say it's not possible, that
Is he in the situation? No? Then it's not possible. Go next. That's all there is to it. That's his perspective. Because he's being flamed about something that ultimately nobody else wants to take responsibility for. And they're putting it all on him. Which doesn't help the situation, and only creates an inflammatory response to which he is not going to react well. No matter what. Because you cannot put the blame on him in that. Because it wasn't his call to leave packs up that would then cause a wipe. The wipe happens because the person responsible for the playmaking allowed the packs to be there to then wipe them. If it wasn't his call, and it's not his situation, and it's not his fault, then blaming him for it is not going to change the outcome. Because you wouldn't have had the problem to be there. But it is what it is.
that's weird. It is weird. And I don't know what kind of like I don't know, it's one of two things. I don't know if it's just like he put all of his defensives up, like he up and got insecure and was panicking and then immediately put all of his defensives up and was like he just felt bad. That's an ego thing and that's a problem. That sucks.
That's not an ego thing. He tried to have a conversation with him. I forgot the name of the streamer that he's interacting with because he comes in hot as fuck. He tries to have a conversation with him. He talks over him and belittles him when he's not playing his role. And because he wants to talk over him, he dips. Why would he want to engage with that? That's not healthy or conductive. If anything, that plays more into the situation. Then if he's sitting there argumentative and going back and forth, it'll cause more of a problem. So, again, damned if you do, damned if you don't.
But I understand where it's coming from. I just don't agree with it. And then you get to this point, you start gaslighting. Not even gaslighting. Just refuse to take blame again. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. But then you go on farther and farther and farther. I guess maybe now he's like being attacked from what I've read, like every angle of the internet. I understand you want to triple down now because you don't want those people to feel like they're right. I don't give a shit about all of the over the top. Like I don't know where all it's coming from. This clip is getting blown out of proportion. I don't care about anything outside of the ratting bull. The ratting bullshit though, on just that topic, yeah, this is kind of roachy. It is actually probably the most roachy thing I've ever seen. But what is this?
Nice.
And just go up the ramp and just put him on the ramp.
I just don't. Go quickly.
Okay.
Kill the ads. Ads die first. He's on his way.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Oh, is it the same group? Oh, it is.
Up.
Okay.
I'm banished. Bad timing.
Bye.
He's coming.
Oh, we got another one. Just run out. Everyone, run now. Jump down. I'm putting down target. Let's just run out here.
Oh my god.
Everybody, run. Yamato, you safe?
No, I don't think so. I'm kind of slow enough. Nothing.
Do you have advantage?
Where are you guys running?
I mean, hey, he's consistent on his mindset of run equals every man for himself.
Outside to the entrance.
He truly believes that,
Okay, I'll finish.
but that's not right.
Yeah, so spot.
No, don't dream me.
Like, you don't have an
that's
obligation
fine,
either to
that's
say
fine.
that and do it, but you're gonna get labeled as kind of a rat. Oh God,
I have
holy.
no more dummies.
I have one.
Is he being fake cast his teammates with a
Nice
Hearthstone?
dummy. We're coming to you. Sprint if you got it. I got intercept.
Okay.
I don't sprint.
There's
Shoot.
just go.
Can't move it.
George.
I got Blizzard.
You're
Guys.
like, hey, we got Blizzard here.
No, they're not.
Well, it's on the boss.
Safe
They're
spot.
not.
But again, this is kind of how the first pull should win. All of the other mobs are gone. You could easily Nova them, and yes, there is a boss, but that can be tanked as they move out.
Not CCable. The boss is not CCable.
That's
I don't
fine.
know where you are.
You can't
Yeah.
safe spot against the boss. You can't safe
No,
spot
you
against the boss.
cannot.
Either.
You throw it out.
I got stunned. Where are you? Are you good? Pocket.
He's right next to the exit. Why do you leave the group? Okay.
I'm the hard for 2 minutes.
I mean, I get again in the panic, leave the group itself.
Nothing I can do there. That boss is not slowable, and he has a charge.
I think should I go back to where I came from?
Okay.
Yeah, just you need to stall as long as possible.
Maybe you can go up.
Different.
Everyone.
I mean, I don't know. This just really comes down to one of those things where it's like, I get that you made terrible plays, or you didn't know what to do, or you panicked. I get that. But when you got
Again, the reason why he's running in every situation is because he is the group's main enchanter. He has to keep the gear alive. That's it. That's all there is to it. He has to keep the gear alive. If the salvage is not 100% guaranteed, he's going to bail.
a lot of people telling you, hey, there's things you could have done, and then you don't budge. People who are better than you at the game.
What's
Sorry.
their POV?
A lot of people that are better.
It's not a question of them being better. It's a question of them being in the situation. They weren't in the raid. They weren't in the raid, and people are then egoing about, if it were me, I would have made that difference. Because if this happens in the future, then it's just going to be a compilation of, haha, look at this streamer get completely dogged on. And there's no quantitative basis on which that is valuable. It'd be funny, but it wouldn't be useful. There'd be no learning benefit. So why even bother?
Better than you at the game. Like, if Ambi has the most credentials to be talking on anything hardcore WoW PvE related. No one's going to surpass Ambi's credentials. There's not. Sorry. So if Ambi disagrees with you, you're wrong. It's that simple.
Save, yeah, just stay in bear form.
Usually.
Stay in bear form.
Yeah.
Or use cat form as fast as you can.
Yeah, I don't know. This one's good too. Oh god. How deep does this go?
You got a spellbinder back here?
What is this?
No, we got three. He pulled three things back here. Cool, cool.
The he pulled? I don't know if he was talking about the spellbinder, like the chain reaction, but maybe it's like his subconscious of like, I don't want to say I did anything wrong. I don't know. This is weird. It's like, is he doing like some type of challenge where he sees how long you can go without ever saying like what's the big deal? Guys, I actually pulled. What is this? What's wrong with saying that? My bad. Whatever. Not a big deal.
The craziest thing is that Pirate is supposed to be this voice of a person who's played WoW a really long time, who knows everything, and when it comes down to it, he panicked like a roach and did nothing for his group. Disgusting. And then he doesn't go back on it. He acts like it's the right decision. That dude, holy ego. At least accept that you did the wrong thing and you killed your friends.
Yeah. It's just a little kind of rough around the edges the way you worded that, but yeah. Yeah.
No, it's not rough around the edges. That's how they feel. Because he didn't die with them, he's a roach. That's it. That's the only perspective that exists. No one else can understand where he's coming from or wants to give him the edge review to be understood. It's just, no, you're a roach. And that's it. Despite the fact that, again, he's holding all of their fucking items for crafting. So they can re-gear while still blaming him for the deaths.
Seems like a good deal.
Which in and of itself is crazy.
It's so, I don't know, I feel like this has gotten blown out of proportion. And don't be wrong, like, this whole thing is like, really? It is kind of fucked up. God, it has gone to crazy levels. This is a WoW guild. I don't know. It's definitely gotten kind of crazy, but no, Ambi's right here. Like, those two people did not need to die. Pirate absolutely could have saved them if he played his class to a basic level, which he knew, he claims to know how to do. I've seen clips, and I've heard it. He claims he knows how to do. Clearly could not, in the panic, and then refused to accept any responsibility on that. That's it. That's all this is. But yeah, it's annoying. Joker clip.
Honestly, pirate software, like,
Oh my god. Okay, see this? Okay.
bro, this dude is a complete fraud. At least in the WoW space, I don't care if he worked for Blizzard. The guy probably making coffee for some devs. I don't even believe for a second he called it anything in this game. I don't like, dude. Nothing at all. All right, bro. Guy,
And this is just shit talking from Joker. This is the shit that didn't get that guy banned from the guild. And then he would blame him for the shit talking that nobody told him that he had to do. Like, this would be the equivalent of a crash out, if you were to take my word from it.
I was interning there for a week. I'm not gonna believe
Were people under the impression he's like some WoW, like, crazy good player? I was not under this impression. Were others under this impression?
Until next time.
That's how he marketed himself? Customers, I don't know. He said so himself? I would have just disagreed. If I just looked at his screen and saw rank 1 Blizzard isn't keybound. I'd be like, really? I don't think polymorph is. Maybe they're like hidden? I don't know.
Works.
He said he was a mythic raider? Sure, okay. You can mythic raid. And like click a lot. Like, who cares? Especially if you're tanking. Either way. I guess, yeah, maybe like the YouTube Shorts audience is gonna like wake up. I don't know, but I was never under that impression. Who cares?
To be honest with you, that group had already almost full wiped us the entire dungeon before. That was our second dire mall, the same group. The first one, all of us had to leave group, drop groups so we could teleport out. The second one was this. No reason for me to do shit. EvoK was on cooldown, 2.5 minutes left. So no, I didn't trust the group to survive. And no, I wasn't going to go back on the call with them saying run, it's time to run. So no.
It's a lot of confidence in being wrong. Okay, next, he's just wrong. He's labeled as a sweat in the guild. Was he? Yeah, that's a mislabel then. Again, I've been wanting to go through and relabel people just based on how I've seen them play in general. I gotta look at all of our 60s and see who's a sweat and a non-sweat for prepping for raid. I have no clue. I haven't done this because I've wanted to see if Tyler would ever do it. He never did. Did a hell of a lot more than I thought. Tyler did a phenomenal job with what he had and his knowledge and all of it being kind of dumped on him. But he did not do that. So I want to do that. What important clip.
Yeah, a lot of things I think mages forget, man, is you are a control unit, you're there to control the battlefield, and you need to be using your wards and your ice barrier.
Yes, I mean, so we need to make sure if anything goes wrong, they just lock down. Everything.
Yep. I mean, they need to have rank 1 Blizzard on their bar, they need to be using their Frost Ward and their Fire Ward, they need to be using their Ice Barrier on cooldown, basically, because Ice Barrier has a 30-second cooldown, but lasts a minute, so you should be rolling that in.
Huh. Okay, yeah, okay. So Pirate is more of a knowledge basin, not much of a gameplay basin, I guess. I don't know, like, he sucked. He choked, he threw, and then he confidently told everyone he didn't throw when he did. That's the end of it. He's wrong. I saw Asmongold talk about it. I saw some clip earlier. What was Asmon? Why is Asmon involved in this?
Because we'd already done a poll like that.
Oh my god, we're still going.
We've already done a poll like this.
There's a lot. Geez, there's a lot of digging here.
Second round. And that's why I'm on the fringes casting rank 1 Blizzard at the very end. And I higher rank Blizzard before that to try and do damage to dogs, but I had to cancel it almost immediately. I got like 1 tick off. Because
didn't have to.
Boss is immune to CC. And it's like, dude, I'm not going to die to that. I just can't at that point. It's too high risk.
I think if you...
Yeah, no, I can understand that dissection of it through the lens of a bad player. I can totally get that. You had no idea.
So this is where the narrative gets locked in by Solo Poppin', that he's just bad. He can't do anything right. He's already wrong. Blah 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 blah. He's bad. And this is where everyone else would probably carry away with this from, based on his words and their interaction about it. Which is that's just not valid. I at least personally disagree with it myself. That's nice. But this is just where it all goes to shit, unfortunately. Unfortunately, this is where it goes to shit. Because as long as that's going to be the lock-in and it's Poppin's guild, that's where it ends you being an issue. Quick question, I have an idea for the sound file. Does the file need to exist from your streams, or can I get a sound file that you can record? Either or.
What kind of threat on the boss was having. You didn't know the boss wasn't going to hurt you. You were in zero danger, but panicking because you couldn't assess the situation very well. Like, again, I see that from the lens of someone who didn't know what was going on. He has 0 add-ons. I mean, you should know that the tanks are literally beating the guy to the boss and probably has multiple summons. You're not pulling threat off that boss with the Blizzard. You're not. It's not happening. You're good. Finish the clip of T1.
I think there's like pissed off because
Okay, finished it. Next.
A lot of tanks, man.
Yeah.
Like, I watched the
so many
guy
clips.
the other day. That was rough.
That was sad. As a mage player, that was sad to watch from two mages.
It made me physically unwell. Yeah.
Yeah. It made me feel like I was a decent mage player, knowing that I probably would have done a lot more.
Like, there were no sheeps going out, there were no blizzards going out. Apparently, he didn't have the spec for blizzard for slows, but like that's exactly why I run that spec. Because like when you go sideways, you save lives, man.
Oh, honestly, Blizzard is like...
Okay, okay, at this point, it is comical. It is. I can't say it's comical. Y'all have dug up some gemstones. Jesus.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think it takes away from the game. I think it takes away from the experience, and it leads people to be like, "Oh, he could just petri out. This isn't that scary."
Yeah,
Some of the best moments that I've had inside of dungeons are because, "Oh, we're all going to die if we don't execute this perfectly," and we hardened up at that moment. We kicked some ass, and we got to live. You know, I've got 6 now without dying because of that, because we didn't give up in that.
Oh man, yeah, that's rough. Again, it just really comes down to Pirate just has to say, "Hey, listen, looking back, my bad. I don't know what this. If he can't do, that's crazy.
He shouldn't, simply because of the fact there are people who are still keeping the situation going after he's outside of it, and everyone else is able to either keep what they do have or just continues going on to him for whatever reason to keep shitposting on him just to keep him down. Like, there's no getting out of this because of that desire of people. And that's unfortunate, but that is what it is, unfortunately. As long as there are people who are going to put it on him, there's nothing that he can say or do to help. He'll just be considered a rat permanently because somebody else decided that he's a rat. It is what it is. Like, this itself is definitely not helping the situation. Somebody would have to tell Sodapop that he needs to stop doing this content.
Crazy to me. If you can't look back at this and be like, yeah, I could have absolutely done a lot. It's not crazy. It's basic. It's basic. That's it. And it's not like he went out of his way and killed these people. He didn't pull out a gun and shoot them. But he definitely had the ability to stop it and did not. And then said he didn't have the ability to stop it. Confidently, over and over, while everyone's disagreeing with you. Okay.
There were no sheeps going out, there were no ice blocks going out. Sheep is a CC spell that transmogrifies an enemy into a sheep. basically makes them into a harmless target for a duration of period of time. It seems that he was the only mage there, so if he was the only person that had some form of CC, and he's not able to send out sheeps himself, then what can he do? If you had another 4 people there, you would have solved it. Okay, but we had 1. What are we doing?
I'm just looping at this point. I'm kind of bored of this, but...
Let me say it again. Pirate. Yeah, I want to speak clearly because I didn't speak to him correctly. I said it again. We all did mistakes, bro. Like I didn't say, we are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero accountability, dude. Everyone can do something better. When you open up and you yell over another person,
can I speak?
Nah, I'm good. See ya. I'm not doing that again with him. No, he did it the first time. I'm not doing the second one. Not interested.
Literally on the clip. Alright, like, he wants to speak. Whoever that was, I think it's Yamato, didn't want to let him speak. He's like, nah, I'm good. He doesn't want to argue with him back and forth. If he won't let him talk and talk to him like a man, then he's not talking to him. Period. There's nothing wrong with him doing that. The fact that there are people going out of their way to say that it's wrong, I don't know. I don't know about that one.
So it's very cringe. It's very, very cringe. I mean, I don't think it's a G kick. I think it's definitely like, I would consider Pirate not a mage. Like, I was doing UBRS the other day, and we had 9 people, and we needed a mage. Because mages save lives. Like, when shit hits the fan, you need a mage. The rank 1 wizard's crazy. I would not consider Pirate a mage. It's a glorified Shadow Priest, with only a selfish power word shield. Or a self-power word shield. That's essentially how I see that. I don't know what to say. But, like, I don't know what you want me to say. I roached out, I agree. Absolutely panicked, and did not perform at all. Did not perform under pressure. Is that Asmon's take?
Nothing Pirate software could have possibly done would have changed the outcome of this fight. Not a single thing.
Is he rage baiting? He's rage baiting.
Because Sodapoppin wants people to be against him and he wants to shit on him, when he says there's nothing he could have been able to do to change the outcome of that fight, he immediately thinks, oh, he must be baiting. He must want people to rage bait about this. This must be for content. Because everyone's accepted that either he can or can't do it. So he's just upset immediately that he would say, there's nothing he could have done to change the outcome of this fight. And yet, this is the one place, this game here, this is the one place where Asmongold could probably say he knows what he's talking about a little bit. I actually had a conversation with my sister about particularly Asmongold, because she was actually in Asmon's raids teams. She doesn't like his personality. But this is one of the situations where Asmon's ability of having played WoW for as much as he's done, being a recluse, comes in handy. The fact of the matter is that if he can't salvage the situation, then that's what it is. I at least trust Asmon's opinion. Okay, words are hard. I at least trust Asmongold's opinion here. So, Zach puts his flag on the I don't think he's wrong. And his reaction is to immediately go against him. Because, as we all know, from having watched coverage, Zachary's stream, alongside Asmon's stream, 2 streams, the Zachar stream and the Asmongold stream. Both of those streams pull the same type of audience as Pirate Software's. So Thor and Zach together are basically front page of the internet. So basically now that's the 2 sides. He's in the wrong, he should apologize, versus get off his nuts.
Right? Yeah, okay. I don't think Asmon...
Not a single thing about this in even the slightest amount of way.
Problem is, both sides are wrong. Problem is, from what I understand, multiple other WoW-centered streamers are in consensus that there's plenty he could have done right. Pirate Software even made a comment about these sort of situations that I've read braggadocious manner prior to this hell raid. I believe it. Sorts of situation. That's the same as popping on the side. Hello. I believe it. Because I can believe that it's a pattern behavior. Because from the way in which he's talking, this was not the first situation this kind of thing happened in. I think the ultimate answer is that in this example, there are multiple things he could have done differently that would have salvaged people. But if the outcome wasn't 0 deaths, then he takes blame. But the way in which he chooses to communicate and how he acts based on prior reactions and actions that we don't know about means that he's in the wrong. More or less, basically. In the second example, he has to eat shit. But because there's so many people who've decided to put it up in front of you, this is where I'd agree and concur with Soda Poppins that he's just not going to back down at this point. Because if it were handled in-house, everyone was respectful, they analyzed the situation fairly, they did not try to make this into content, and then there was not a group of people who are pushing to then say, yeah, he got the group killed too, and he's to do porn on the internet too! Then this would not turn out the way that it did. But because that is the way that people have gone, that is what happened. That's at least my humble opinion.
Oh, is Yamato in his chat arguing with him? Okay, so this is just like a self-insert.
Okay, so this was in Yamato, putting himself in Asmongold's chat to talk. Bozzbot timed out Yamato's death for 300 seconds with reason. Do not question mark spam. But we had to run. It was literally the only option. It's how he runs, and he doesn't look back. What is questionable? What do you mean you do not understand?
No, Asmon has no clue what's going on here.
Asmon trolling me knows is wrong. No, it has nothing to do with who did it. It has to do with who said what and did what. The person doesn't matter. It's not relevant who the person is.
What? Let me go back. What is he saying?
Somebody who just spammed a CC at a boss that's immune to CC.
The boss isn't what killed him. The boss doesn't matter. The boss is fine. You kill bosses, no problem. Like, you're supposed to kill them. It's the fact that there's a lot of trash. Truth be told, they didn't even need to run. It just CC all the trash. Guys is rage bait. Okay, no, he's controlling. I don't care. And if he isn't, that's even more pathetic. He's calling Yamato a noob for trying to stun the boss. Well, yeah, Yamato would probably agree. Like, yeah, I didn't know I couldn't stun the boss. My bad. Sure. Probably, yeah, you're right. Cool. Anyways, Pirate could have CC'd all those mobs. Like, that's it.
Dear the audience, it's not fair to dogpile on Pirate and only blame him for roaching the out. Everybody made big mistakes. The tank made a mistake with the pathing and keeping the pack there instead of putting it back. The rogue made mistakes with distract. The mage made a mistake of roaching the out. The druid made a mistake of ass pulling. And the only one who played perfect was the priest. He was the giga chat of the group. He died. Snoopy played really well actually after he ass pulled to try to save everybody. He saved Ozzy. And what else? Yeah, Pirate thinks he did nothing wrong and he played 100% right. I completely disagree with that. He should have stayed with the group, helped them get out. He did roach super hard. So if his attitude is like, yeah, I did nothing wrong, you guys, I don't agree with that. But I don't also agree with it's only his fault. All right, there it is.
That is probably the closest to the most correct opinion. Correct. And that's exactly how the fuck that would have happened behind closed doors. Nobody would have made a thing about this if he did what the rest of the party did and said, my bad, I fucked up. I agree. The opinion from whomever this was. I think this is another member of OnlyFans, but I can't see whose stream it is. Whoever said this, that's the exact opinion that would have been had. What's going on? Analyzation of the pirate software rip for OnlyFans in a dungeon, and the fallout that came from the drama. That reaction, let's listen to it again.
Yeah, Pirate thinks he did nothing. Snoopy, the mage made a mistake of roaching the like
that's it.
Dear the audience, it's not fair to dogpile on Pirate.
Can't see it because there's chat in the way.
And only blame him for roaching the out.
Okay, Zequuff.
Everybody made
Z-O for the win. So Zeke, this must be the Zeke that they're talking about. Zeke's breakdown right there, his full reaction, that's exactly how behind closed doors after action report would have gone. Everybody would have been admonished, everyone would have gotten their fucking flowers and or would have gotten their shit, and they would have moved past it and moved on. So, his reaction?
Like that's it.
Dear the audience, it's not fair to dogpile on Pirate and only blame him for roaching the out. Everybody made big mistakes. The tank made a mistake with the pathing and
tank made mistakes.
And keeping the pack there instead of putting it back. The rogue made mistakes with distract.
The rogue, whose job it is to DPS and distract, fucked up.
The mage made a mistake of roaching the out. The druid
mage made a mistake of roaching out. Roaching means cockroaching, as in running.
Made a mistake of ass pulling, and don't want to play perfect with the priest. He was the giga chat of the group. He died. Snoopy played
priest dies. Druid made mistakes too.
Really well, actually, after he ass pulled to try to save everybody. He saved Ozzy. And what else? Yeah, Pirate thinks he did nothing wrong and he played 100% right. I completely disagree with that. He should have stayed with the group, helped them get out. He did roach super hard. So if his attitude is like, yeah, I did nothing wrong, you guys, I don't agree with that. But I don't also agree with it's only his fault. All right? There it is.
No, that's absolutely true. I agree with that. It's a summary. But yeah, if he's I did nothing wrong. What type of like some I can never hook up once challenge type of thing? I don't know. That's the correct check. I agree.
You think you played perfectly? No. When have I ever said I felt like I played perfectly? You got the dummy use? Let me clip.
Okay. I mean, he definitely made it seem like he thought he played perfectly, so that's kind of contradicting. No, it's as simple as, guys, I'm sorry, I could have blizzarded, I could have done things, and I think it might. Maybe he says it wouldn't have helped. Okay, he's wrong. Again, it's just a matter of accountability. That's all this is. At the end of the day, he abandoned his team. You guys are still leaving clips on this. Rubby as well here? Oh, great.
Pirate, can you kite them with a blizzard? Stay at distance and kite them with a blizzard. Can you help slow them off, pirates? This would be asking to help. This is not asking to help.
Why are you running?
Bro! To be fair, I do get that he might feel that, but he shouldn't say that during because it's going to distract Snoopy and Sarah as well.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's devil's advocate to be played here, but there is devil's advocate to be played. But it was still a complete roach out. Even with Yamato, why are you running? That mean or whatever, but I don't know. He was gone. I mean, it's just bad. It's just bad. Just I don't care.
Yeah, here's the other thing that a lot of people understand. You want to know one of the reasons why I'm more hesitant to dive in and maybe die for a scenario like that, where I already know that it's very locked?
And this is where he explains that he's carrying the loot.
I'm one of the primary guild enchanters.
Whatever.
I have Crusader on this character. I have all of the...
You cannot say whatever. The fact that he's a primary guild enchanter means that if he dies, they lose all those materials. It's kind of difficult to see, but there's 6 bags, and almost all of them are filled, except for maybe 3 spaces in one, 3 spaces in another, and 1 space in another, and 1 more space in another, full of nothing but crafting materials. I've already talked about it again, but not to harp, but he loses all that. They lose all that. Then it's going to be a question of, okay, he's committed to the death, but here goes our resources. In my opinion, because I've been in this situation before, both for and against. In fact, in my situation, I was put there by somebody actively trying to set me up to get me knocked out of a guild. And because I happen to fucking autistically record everything, it did not go over well for them. But in this situation, both for and against, I would usually side with the guy that survives. Simply because. This is an element of gameplay that people don't get it. They don't get it, they can't begin to get it. Because even for Path of Exile 2, which pulls this in a medium core setting, for even softcore League, the fact that they can die in a map and they can't reclaim what's lost on the ground, that's really what causes this disconnect between risk-reward. Because they're not willing to really give him the risk-reward factor. It will cope up on him the second he tries to defend himself. Mostly because they don't want him to be able to defend himself. Which I find to be extremely wild. But that's my opinion, that's my take, that's my perspective. I think that's really all you can say about that at that point. That's more or less it. I'm not telling you to be for or against, but I am also telling you do not go harass him, I will ban you. That's it. Moving on. Let's see here. I know that there's some videos that I didn't cover yesterday. We'll save some of them for the back end. Let's see here. We have the Lockow. There is the page Christie. Dear Ethan Klein, you can't litigate public opinion. And then there is Alicia Mercante's turn on trying to become a reactionary YouTuber. What would chat like to go over first?
Darling,
So basically people are molding over self-preservation. There's an element of he's cockroach. There's an element of he's preserving himself over the guild. There is a perspective of him trying to save the guild's resources. There is people putting blame on each other and putting blame extra on him. There are people overestimating what he can do or what he could have done or what should have happened or what he should have done. But most of it is basically either he's completely at fault and he's a roach and he didn't do what he should have done, or he's not at fault alone. Everybody has equal blame. He didn't play perfect. People asserting that he must have played perfect because of them waiting for an opportunity to try to go after him and to get in his ass, no pause, over his misplay, and then using this to launch into a tirade, leading to him banning over 4,000 accounts on his stream because of people's reactions and the constant re-traumatization of the moment. That's more or less it. Okay. Next story. We can either get into Alicia Mercante is now becoming a reactionary YouTuber. We can get into the new Lolcow. Or we can get into the rage bait from this Ethan Klein Fallen fan. I'm seeing 1 for new lolcow. I'm seeing 2 for new lolcow. Might as well knock out the shorter shit. How short is the new cow shit? There's a sentence. I see your DM. Cruelty Squad eating sound. A filter for any healing item. I can't put it on a healing item, but I can put it on an item that drops in the game. Let me hear the sound effect first, Bolster. Yeah, I can work with that. I'll deal with that after this next upcoming content. It's not short at all? Okay, we'll do the shorter thing first. Let's go to Alicia Mercante's reaction here, YouTuber. And then we will go to the Ethan Klein, and then we will go to lolcow.
Darling, you're not succeeding. This should be your hobby right now. But this is your livelihood, and you're failing at it miserably. And Alyssa Mercante is going to be stating IGN in their entire BS article as fact when it was mistranslated, and their entirety, the entirety of this article was lies. If this is your standard for excellency, Alyssa Mercante, I can figure out why nobody really wants to hire you right now. It's her side that has been bringing this culture war about. It's her entire side. Jesus Christ, you are one of the most vile pieces of human filth I have ever laid my eyes on. What's going on, YouTube? It's your boy, Doing Mermaid. And when it comes to Alyssa Mercante, she's been having a really rough go of it as of late. Ever since she left Kotaku, she's been really struggling with her life. Recently, she was revealed to be within the Gaming While Black documentary that I didn't even know had a GoFundMe associated with it. It didn't really even reach its actual market value. It didn't even pull in $400 when its actual overall goal was to bring in relatively $5,000. Yeah, sorry, Alyssa, you're really struggling here. And I know you're in the middle of a lawsuit against Smash JT, in which you're specifically citing that he has caused you emotional and financial damage by ruining your reputation within the gaming industry and has made it nearly impossible for you to get work, even though for some reason you still write regularly for the Rolling Stone and still get articles regularly published over there. So I don't get it. But she has decided to take in the era of content creation. She's redone her Twitch. She's been doing more stuff over on Twitch, even though she gets barely any views and only has 2,000 followers. I mean, that's more followers than me, I'm not gonna lie.
She gets a daily 30. Off the top of my head. Question: have you heard of the channels Kino Casino? Yes, I'm aware of Kino Casino and Mr. Sen. I just don't cover the same topics as the Kino Casino. What does Solinum say about her account? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I find it hilarious if I haven't actually been able to remember what her fucking name is, but that only just goes to show how pathetic she is. Of course, she's retweeting Airbag's supposed parody account. We're just gonna go ahead and tag that. Where is it? 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 There we go. Alyssa Merc. Alyssa Merc. Let's go back 90 days. Alright, so in the last 90 days, Alyssa Mercante's statistics are as follows. Average 47 viewers, which is down 53%, a negative 55 decrease, which means she's losing numbers over time, and she's not keeping them consistently over the things she's talking about. Obviously, the teal here, aquamarine teal, is the numbers of her content when it comes to just chatting. all of her streams are consistent of just chatting. 47 viewers, 3.9k hours watched, which is up 31%, which means people are putting her on the background. She's gained an additional 222 followers for a average follower gain increase of 26.8%, but she should be gaining more considering she's supposed to be one of the darlings that can build up her channel since she's supposed to be good. One of the things that's definitely not helping her is that as an affiliate status, her account is marked as mature, audiences only. She has a peak congregate viewers of 203, which means nobody gives a fuck, which is sad. 82 hours streamed, which she ain't pulling call numbers. And this is out of 26 streams within the last 90 days. So she's not even streaming frequently as often as she probably could be or should be for the amount of time that she can do, because I'm pretty sure for her work she can do it remotely. She's been streaming Monday, Friday, and Wednesday. On a 3-day dip for her increases, she's seeing a fragmented gain. It doesn't scale well. Of those hours streamed, the majority of 41 of it is just chatting over her content, and then features Marvel Rivals, Disco Elysium, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Call of Duty Black Ops 4, Alien Isolation, The Sims 4, Roblox, Balatro, Dragon Age, The Veil God, Fortnite, and Overwatch 2. So, the expected e-girl opinions and e-girl numbers. If you roll back even further, for the year, currently, still doesn't look great, even if we include the statistics from last year. This is not the kind of viewing numbers you'd want to have for somebody of Alyssa Mercanti's size. It's just not. It's not even fucking close. She should be pulling more numbers than this. And she's not. Which is indicative of the fact that she doesn't actually make anything outside of Twitch. So the numbers are even worse for her than I remember them being.
Lie there, but she gets no views. So because she gets no views over on her Twitch, she has since decided to come down here to us reactionary YouTubers level and open up her very own YouTube account. Look at it, Alyssa. Now, there's only one video on this particular account as of right now, and I decided to start watching a little bit because I was curious, what is her content even about? And my God, guys, I had to stop. Okay, I had to stop reacting to this video because it's pure garbage. I only got a few minutes in. This is a 6-minute and 41-second video, but it really does establish just how awful of a game journalist she truly is and is completely incapable of actually citing anything and just continues to say BS. I had to stop it before she got too far into it because, one, it's just entirely pretentious. She acts like she's better than you the entire freaking time, and she spouts overt, easily debunkable lies, barely within the 2-minute mark. And I do want to show you guys this real quick. It is getting ratioed. 191 downloads to 47 upvotes, and on a video this small, you don't normally see the downvotes, so the fact that you can see them at all really tells you just how bad of a download she's getting right now. But why don't we actually see what our queen had to say, shall we? Why don't we actually get a general idea of her YouTube capabilities? Already, I hate your intro. It's not very flashing or anything. It's very low bar. I know you want to do this like smooth jazz kind of thing, but we need to come on. Okay, your intro's already too long. It's 2 seconds, and there's nothing really grabbing me. And it's just this like very thought-provoking. I'm gonna have intellectual discussions with you, and it's just bleh. Come on, let's move, Alyssa. Let's move. I'm trying to help you out here.
To be a games journalist takes luck, first of all.
Okay, out the gate, I know, I cut up a whole bunch of stuff constantly. I trim stuff up because I do live kind of reactions to this stuff. I trim all of the time. We're less than 7 seconds in and you already had a massive jump cut. So, okay, you need to fix that, Alyssa. You need to fix that. Come on, we need to be grabbing the attention of the populace here. Let's keep it rolling, and you shouldn't be doing these jump cuts so much because also this comes straight from your Twitch, so you really need to figure this out. But let's see what else she has to say.
As you can see from the fact that I am one of hundreds of unemployed games journalists.
Well, you're not really unemployed. You work for the Rolling Stone right now, or at least you write for the Rolling Stones, so not unemployed. You're contracted. And also, do you really need to be employed? Do you really need to be? I think the world's a much better place without you.
The industry is shrinking. Modern media is disappearing, and it's being replaced by influencer culture and reactionaries. You need to be a little bit more open-minded.
Wait, it's being replaced by influencer culture and reactionaries. So you've assisted with the downfall of the gaming industry. Good to know, Alyssa. Thank you. Have a nice day. That's the one thing she actually got right. Because guess what? Right now you're a reactionary and you're an influencer, and you're failing at both. So there's that. But okay, and this is gonna get so much worse.
To the way in which you impart journalism as a games journalist in 2025. That's why I'm trying this. I think you need to be flexible with the ways in which your stories, your reporting, your opinion pieces, your commentary, the ways in which you bring that to the world, the ways that you present it. So I think, yes, obviously, there's a traditional thing of Ollie Welsh writing about Black Myth Wukong, continuing its body streak, and it getting published on Polygon.com. But there's also things like what I'm trying to do. It's not necessarily like proving to be the most lucrative thing in the world. And
well, that's because you're bad at it. But okay, so you're trying to be a games journalist still, and you're utilizing the recent tools. You're trying to do just what Smash JT does. I mean, this is kind of hypocritical if you do ask me. I mean, you're doing the exact same thing as him, but you're trying to act more valid, even though he has more viewership than you, has more support than you.
The problem with this is that Smash JT and how he's currently carrying himself when he disagrees with other people publicly, he's just going the same route as her, but a different way. He's acting as cringe as she is. The only difference is that not enough people have seen the fact that, well, people are making categorical mistakes, and instead of just letting them make the mistakes and capitalizing off the fact that they're making those mistakes, he desperately wants to fucking rub it in. And it's making people turn against him. Because of the many things in which we are here for, we are not here for a person to make it about themselves and then continue acting as spurgy as the people he's supposed to be against. Damn, I need more lightning resistance.
And let's be real honest here, he has more subscribers than you, so we're seeing the exact different contrast here. But then you're writing and you're just boring, Alyssa. Come on, honey. We need to be interesting here. Come on, you know, bring up the energy. Come on. Let's go.
Growing a Twitch channel takes a lot of work, a lot of time. There are so many people who have become...
I have to pause this, okay? And I did see this in my initial thing. I'm not even a minute and 3 seconds in, and I'm still just nitpicking constantly. Girl, honey, baby, boo-boo. You had a massive either editing mistake, which I don't even know how you have an editing mistake like this, or this is an issue from your own stream. Because I can see the borders, darling. I can see all this stuff. You shouldn't be having that stuff show up. I'll accept it if it's an issue from the stream, but the problem is, when we do this frame by frame, and I know I should be doing this frame by frame, it's your editing. You moved your entire setup, and you didn't even think, okay, well, we need to go back and fix that. No, you just went with it. Come on, darling. This is a 101 right now. You act like you can do this better than any other YouTuber, and guess what? You're kind of coming off like a freak, but let's go back to what she was saying. She was talking about something. I don't even know. I can barely even understand her.
A lot of time. There are so many people who have become reactionary YouTubers who are making money and content.
Darling, spit it out. You're doing all these jump cuts. Jump cut yours. I started doing that. That's why there's more cuts in my videos. I'm trying to cut out the amount of ums and oohs and stuff like that I actually say over and over again. And I try to cut that stuff out because the audience doesn't want to hear it. You need to spit this thing out. No wonder you have barely any views. Come on, honey. Oh, but so many people are deciding to become reactionary YouTubers. Pot, meat, kettle.
Depends off of this reporting that we all know is rooted in obfuscations and lies and all this stuff.
How do we all know this? You're saying we all know that it's rooted in obfuscations and lies. Well, I'm about to bring up an example of you doing the exact same thing you're accusing us of doing.
So in my belief is that if there's somebody who's consistently online combating that, then that there is a way for this to be a new sort of avenue for modern video game journalists.
I mean, there's plenty of people already doing what it is that you're doing, and they're not doing a really good job at it as of right now. So
realistically, the easiest part about doing this, of just making shit on the internet is it's not difficult. It isn't. I don't know why every single fucking games journalist acts like this shit is hard. It isn't. There's a game that's coming out. Buy the game. Play the game on your live stream. Beginning to end. Isolate yourself from the internet. Have fun with people in your audience. Profit. How is that hard? It's not. Ultimately. She just can't pull people to do it. Because the amount of time, and Lord knows, we've seen it live, chat. The amount of time in which you choose to talk about shit on your stream, you barely can hold back your desire to complain about fucking Mark Kern. You're frothing at the mouth for the opportunity to talk shit about him. And you're not helping yourself. So what the fuck are we talking about? What value can we be able to get from your live stream that they could not be able to get from mine? What value can they get from your live stream that they can't get from Smash JT's? What value can they get from your live stream that they couldn't be able to get for Horrors? Or Bolster if he decided he wanted to live stream. What can you provide? Industry access? We don't care about the industry. What else can you give me? Nothing? So there's no value to you. Because I could give a fuck less what the designer has to say. I'd care more about whether or not they actually like their audience. Which in lies the problem. I wish it was as simple as, well, we don't want to give you guys a chance because it's no longer your time. The age of the chud is now. But that's not even how we see it. There's enough of an argument. There'd be plenty of us that'd be willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. In so much that we'd give you a chance to kick it with the group. But you couldn't do it because the rules dictate that you can't hang with us. They're one of the bad ones. They can't have space to be seen and heard. Don't you know that if you break bread with those toxic chuds, that you're gonna catch their cooties? That's more or less what's going on.
So you're not going to be treading any new ground, but you can also see she obviously fixed the editing mistake, so why was the editing mistake there to begin with? You should have checked that, honey. Come on, let's go. But let's see how this goes, because it just keeps getting worse.
Also, he really needs to let her talk, because he's more annoying than her. It's really fucking irritating. Which, there's part of the other fucking problem. Some of the people who want to be able to do the job can't be capable of doing the fucking job because they want to go so fucking hard that they end up being the exact same fucking kind of issue. This is something I was actually talking about, ironically, inside of Dev Server last night with a bunch of people. There are so many people who want to be they want to become Fetch. they don't know how to do the job because they don't know what's real. They can't make my chicken. They can't tell me what I think is good about the game. Could wax poetic about plenty of shit. Could wax poetic about plenty of shit. But this is what it's become. This is what it's devolved to.
Worst guys.
And it could be good, but it is also very hard to get this up off the ground. So I think that is something.
Well, yes, it is hard to get it up off the ground. I've been doing this now for relatively 3 years. It's not easy. I'm doing stuff almost every single day. I'm trying to do streams, I'm trying to do content. And guess what? It's a hobby. At the very beginning, you should treat it as a hobby. You shouldn't try to go in full time into making this content. You should treat it as a hobby. If you treat it as your full-time gig out the gate, you're not going to succeed and you're going to get burnt out. And darling, you're not succeeding. This should be your hobby right now. But this is your livelihood and you're failing at it miserably. Heck, the people that do this on a daily basis in the same sphere as you, they do it better than you. And they're still struggling.
In the games journalists in 2025, they have to be.
I'll take my compliment, thank you. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! And I don't even think I'm doing it all that perfect. I know there's some shit that I fucking fail at. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! But off my first reactions, I don't think this guy's very good at what he does.
To be a little bit more fluid with what they're doing and how they're doing it. That's why I want to do stuff like this. Like, I know this stuff. I know these people that are reporting on these things. I know the PR people that are reporting on them. And I think having a conversation about it, sitting down and saying, like...
Well, see, here's the problem, Alyssa. You knowing the PR people is kind of part of the problem. You shouldn't be aware of those people. And they shouldn't be going to you the way that you want them to come to you. It's kind of, why we're here.
Like, so let's put this into perspective. Black Myth Wukong wins Dottie at the Steam Awards. Okay, it's fan voted. Okay, well, Black Myth Wukong win Dottie at the Steam Awards if it's fan voted. And if...
Why are you acting like this? One, you're coming off very pretentious.
Nope, I'm sure I can. Our national movie. So, first thing, listener Conti, I could care less about Black Myth Wukong. I cared about Bellatra. Only now, and only for 2 hours so far, have you put that shit on with Jimbo. I care nothing about Black Myth Wukong, personally. I'm pretty sure most of the people in the industry care less about Black Myth Wukong, in general. The fuck that has to do with anything?
Just like you're a part of this established order and this established class, which isn't something that viewers are going to actually gravitate towards within the modern era. They like relatability. They like being able to connect with you at a more relatable level. Because I'm just some dumb speaking out of a random room in my house. Okay, that's why I have all these toys and stuff up here. Because guess what? I'm just a goofball. I'm not somebody super serious. I'm not this big name dude. I'm some random guy in a house. Okay, simple enough. But you're coming off like I know these people. I know these PR people. I know this stuff. And by the way, I mean Black Myth Wukong wins Game of the Year over on Steam, but that's fan voted. Who cares? That's fan voted. Actually, that would be very informative because that tells you what gamers want. That tells you what gamers like. And I know what she's about to do here. And this is why I have a lot more pulled up right now because it just tells you how awful it is at her job. It tells you why she is a horrific gaming journalist and the fact that she doesn't even know basic information.
It's honestly just a pre-mid game.
It's not that she doesn't know basic information. It's that she doesn't have her finger on the pulse. The fact that she's saying, yeah, Black Myth Wukong won this, but it's fan voted. Yeah, what did the fans want? Not you. Who fucking cares what the industry wants? It's the industry being kept alive by those consumers. Why do you think that you can get away from the consumers? That, first and foremost, is the important part. If she doesn't understand it, then that's one thing. If she knows this and she won't accept it, well, then that's the scope. That's all there is to that. It's just nothing but pure code.
Pretty mid game, by the way. She says it's pretty mid game because it doesn't follow her ideology, but let's keep watching this stuff.
To do with the fact that this has become a sort of standard bearer for these quote-unquote culture war going on in modern video games.
That you guys made it. Not the gamers. Not us. You guys made it the culture war. You guys did this entire thing with it. You freaked out because it was even successful. The gamers were even liking it. You guys were the ones that were talking about how it's not very diverse. It's not very this. It's not very this. You guys made it the culture war. Not us. So if you're going to complain about it, complain about your own people, listen for content. But my God, is she about to screw up royally.
That, in November 2023, Reb and Ki-hoon reported on a toxic work environment that was happening at Game Science.
Aww. November 2023, over at IGN. This article in particular, Rev and Ki-hoon reported how Black Myth Wukong developers' history of sexism is complicating its journey to the West. Now, you have probably seen this article time and time again, and yeah, she's trying to bring it up as an example of where the culture war began. I could debunk this article without my other two sources here, but I'm going to bring up my other two sources here in a bit. But it's really easy to prove that they did subpar reporting at all in this with their own article. Because you start scrolling down to the screenshots they have, you zoom in just a little bit. Here, you know what? I'll do you one better. I will open the image up in a new tab, and I'll zoom in more. Because they decided to use an AI translator to try to fix this and understand what the developers were saying over on these Chinese social media sites. And the first sentence debunks everything. I want to expand my circle and hire more people. Get licked until I can't get an erection. What the heck does that mean? I don't know. Because, fun fact, the AI translator that they used got tons of words wrong. This entire thing was filled with misinformation because they just ran it through a single translator that got all context wrong, that got the wording wrong, that missed everything, and they ran it as fact. And guess what? ended up getting debunked by an actual Chinese gamer who read through everything they said. It says nothing that you guys are recording that it says. It says completely different stuff. Her own video specifically points out that you guys read it through the wrong stuff. None of this makes sense. None of this is actually accurate. We can actually come down here to what the actual translation is, and what she says. Feifei indicates this post came in the wake of games demonstration for Black Myth Wukong to recruit talent for the game. She specifically notes that IGN mistranslated his first sentence in the above post. She notes that what he was trying to convey in Chinese was, I just wanted to recruit a few people, but received more praise than expected, which made me feel uneasy. You reported that he said, I wanted to expand my circle and hire more people, get licked until I can't get an erection. Because you mistranslated it. And Alyssa Mercante is going to be stating IGN in their entire BS article as fact, when it was mistranslated in their entirety. The entirety of this article was lies.
Rebecca did an absolutely, unsurprisingly brilliant job. Red Valentine is one of the best journalists in
See, the thing that's unfortunate about this man's reporting is that the problem here with that situation, which we've also covered live in the air, the thing that was the issue was Rebecca. Somehow, you did all that for the mistranslation, but you missed the fact that she's holding up the article because Rebecca, who is sitting next to her on the sitting next to her on the couch on her Fight Me IRL, literally, shit is the person who pushed that. That's the issue with the narrative. The gamers didn't care about the fact that she was trying to hold up the company in general, but they should have, because all of this came, and all of the bad attention came on the back of Rebecca and her constant desire to make there be a problem so that they could report on the problem and get news covering them, and that they wanted there to be an issue. There wasn't an issue fast enough, and they hated that they could not be able to capitalize on what should have been an easy story of, this is how the industry's trying to serve chuds. You missed it. You missed the whole damn thing.
the video game industry.
Unsurprisingly talented job, where she wrote an entirely false and fake article off of bad
There you go. You should have led with that.
It's really good work. If this is your standard for excellency, Alyssa Mercante, I can figure out why nobody really wants to hire you right now. I can figure out why the gaming industry is pretty much dying, because this is an awful and atrocious article that's easily debunkable. But you don't care about that. You don't care because you're an elitist prick. Oh my god, guess what, Alyssa? You're a reactionary YouTuber right now. But remember, what did you say earlier? This whole reactionary YouTuber sphere obfuscates the truth and lies. Right here. You're saying this is good reporting. I debunked it in a matter of seconds. Super easy to figure out. I think you are self-reporting right there, Alyssa. I think you're calling yourself out. Because this is easily debunkable and easily proven wrong. But hey, you don't care what we reactionary YouTubers say. You're gonna go continue pushing your nonsense. Oh, let's see what else she had to say.
She went through absolute hell. She's nominated with me for Worst Journalist at the Game Awards. But I'm gonna win. Grab, so suck my dick. You perfect, amazing bitch. This piece was published in November 2020.
What the heck was that? I have no idea what the heck just happened. I have to pull this down because I'm so freaking confused.
Grab, so suck my
I'm so confused, okay.
Best journalist in the video game industry. She went through absolute hell. She's nominated with me for Worst Journalist at the Game Awards. But I'm gonna win. Grab, so suck my dick. You perfect.
That, my friend, is what we would call shit-talking between supposed colleagues. It's surprising that they have any, but I do believe she's allowed to say, yeah, she's trying to beat up against me for Journalist of the Year, but I'm gonna win. Suck my dick. She's not allowed to do that. Forest for the trees. Not even necessary to focus on.
Perfect, amazing bitch.
Are you talking about the Real Gamer Awards that you two were both nominated for the Worst Gamer Journalist? Well, yeah, if you're going to be proud of that, then okay. That's your flag to bear, the Worst Games Journalist of 2024. Congratulations.
This piece was published in November 2023.
You see this issue right here? Okay, I'm going to continue. I can't. Your video is awful. I had to go back and try to figure out what the heck you're doing because you're bouncing back and forth. You're jump cutting like crazy. There's no content here. I'll continue watching this, but honey, this is all garbage right now. No wonder you're failing.
It was incredibly well reported, well researched. I mean, look at how long it is. Look at every...
On one hand, she's starting. On the other hand, she wants to criticize something that she doesn't understand. If we look at this realistically, like anybody should, about how she chooses to go about their approach, her learning, 3+ chaos spell, her approach about going about this content is only going to be made worse if she doesn't actually learn how to actually do her goddamn job. The job as what it requires from her, not the job as what we want from her. Because what we mostly want from her is for her to disappear. And we all know that's fucking happening. But she's had no mindset and has really mostly no depth on which to understand how to approach any of the problems that she wants to talk about, let alone half the shit that she wants to focus on. From the position of a new content creator, we would have to wait and see what she chooses to do next, and then go from there. Now, I know that this guy and others like her and him are not going to let that happen. I'm just speaking from the position of if we were being fair. It'd be really shit to dog on a new person and simply write them off, but we know why we would do so in her case. So, all things being equal, I don't personally fuck with it in this way.
Everything that she's pulled up here.
And I debunked it in a matter of seconds because all their information was bogus. They had bad translations all the way through it. Wow, great journalism.
It is really, really, really well done.
Really, really, really well done. Okay, as a female player, I actually wanted to buy the game originally. Forget it. I'll just keep playing foreign AAA games. Bye-bye. That's not journalism right there. That's opinion. That's not journalism. That's not information. That's an opinion statement. So that's not really, really well done. And again, easily debunked.
Once Black Myth Wukong started getting a lot more attention again because it was nearing release, everyone found this article that Rev wrote, 6, 7, 8 months ago, and...
Yeah, because they wrote an article that had something to do with Black Myth Wukong, and they were looking for content about Black Myth Wukong. What did you think they were going to do? Where did you think they were going to go? What did you think was going to happen to that article? Did you believe it was just going to stay amongst you and yours inside the industry?
Started dogpiling on her for it.
Because it was bad reporting that you think was good.
And so, in that, since it was happening not too long after the Sudan peace happened and all that drama, it kind of got roped into this culture war because, clearly...
Roping into the culture war is not the way that you would frame it. Because the culture war would be caused by your actions. Now, this is going to be his point, because this is from... I'm assuming this is from his opener on the video. But, you can't say that. And then act surprised. You're not special. You're not dumb. You are inept at your job. But you're not dumb. The culture war started the moment that you decided you were going to antagonize people on the internet, in general. Not getting that and not grasping that is you fully not being able to really understand what the perspective is and where people are coming from and why the shit's important to begin with. So, that's your cross to bear. Nobody can help you with that. Your struggle, pick a struggle. If you wanted to protect her from her bad reporting and the results of what happens when you make bad reporting on gaming topics that people are passionate about, that's one thing. But you can't say, I don't understand, I don't know, it was roped in, therefore, goober gay, goober gay, goober gay. Because the goober gay wouldn't have happened if you didn't attack Bruce Rambo.
You guys made this a culture war issue, not us. This was all on you. She wrote a dog shit article. I can't believe that you're defending this article that I easily debunked, utilizing an actual Chinese individual that was able to read what he said. Nothing that was said there was truthful, and it doesn't even make logical sense when you start looking at it. Nothing even connects right. I've seen some retarded shit in my life. Some downright retarded shit. This is insane. I have to go back to know what happened with them. She's even specifically pointing out that they did this. You pointing out who wrote the article, who wrote the title, not us, you.
Although, sidebar, on the person in question whom this comes from. Tap. Wrong tab. Wrong time again. This one. Correct tab. From Dermy Wormy. Never seen of him. Never heard of him before. It came up in my feed. From what I'm getting from his content, it's giving not good enough, in my opinion. More or less. Hello, Gandalf III. It's just giving it's not quite good enough. It's dime a dozen YouTuber, in my opinion. And it's just not helpful whatsoever.
Holy fuck! Will make a gooner be like, yeah, buddy, you're sexist? Well, count me in. Yeah, I really want to buy your game.
Well, there's the reason why you don't understand the fucking gamers, Alyssa. Let's listen to that impression of the gamers again, guys. This is what she thinks you sound like.
Some downright retarded shit. This is insane. I have to go back to know what happened. She's even specifically pointing out that they did this. You pointing out who wrote the article, who wrote the title, not us, you. Holy fuck! Christ.
Will make a gooner be like, yeah, buddy, you're sexist? Well, count me in. Yeah, I really want to buy your game. The fuck?
Looney Tunes! Fucking Looney Tunes! First off, yes. One, if a gooner thought like that, yes. In fact, I'm gonna play that back later, and I'm gonna ask what Kasad thinks of that, because that's closer to his voice than it is anybody else's. And I'm pretty sure his reaction to that would be, yes. Because they don't like you. I'm pretty sure for him, he cares more about Gunpla and femboys. And he'll be like, yes. I don't like that shit. I hate y'all. I would rather see y'all in mud. Get away from me and my Gunpla. And my sexy femboys that wear skirts. He love it. So that's not helpful. And then 2, the impersonation of them? Who can wonder the reason why people don't want you on their side? Who can wonder the reason why the gamers do not like you in general? It's a mystery. We're certainly not going to be able to get to the bottom of this one, chat. Serious shit. And then this is just fucking classic overacting. The bit's already passed. Let out your system. Then hop back into the shit. The fact that you're laughing this hard about something that's not even that fucking funny, dude. It's not that funny. It's not that embarrassing. That's just gay. It's just lame and gay. It wouldn't make me sad with her, but boy, that does not do you any fucking good.
Where are my glasses? Holy shit. I lost my glasses. What the hell was that? I have to do that again. I have to. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Go in and be like, yeah, buddy, you're sexist? Well, count me in. Yeah, I really want to buy your thing. But became...
What was that? It's like some sort of country twang, like some hillbilly twang. And... Do you really think people are like that? Holy... The people that made this a culture war issue was Jesus Christ. Holy crap, this is beautiful. I've taken it.
See, there's an element to this that I could be able to break down, but I'm gonna let him finish first.
I take it all back. I take it all back. I'm serious right now. I take this all back. Alyssa, you make perfect content. It's so beautiful. It's so amazing. And I'm saying this from a guy that loves just downright awful cringe content. Please, Alyssa, keep making more.
The litmus test for anti-woke gaming, right? So the fact that it was even nominated for GOTY is crazy. At the Game Awards is crazy. I'm not sitting here going like this game sucked.
Wait, what was that? What was that? No, what? I'm trying to figure out what the heck she's saying. I don't care anymore. I have to go back just a little bit because holy shit,
it's crazy. I'm not sitting here going like, what the?
Alyssa, you virtue signaling. I can't say any more cuss words. You have to have the trans right little gif up here. You have to do it. Jesus Christ, you're crazy. And you couldn't even do like a PNG. You had to do like a GIF. You couldn't even cut out like the back end to make it like feel right. You didn't even censor it right. Jesus Christ, you're awful.
Like this game sucked. It was a perfectly fine game. It didn't reinvent the wheel. It was a little rote in terms of the things that it was doing. It looked pretty cool, and that was it. Like it is a thoroughly mid game. It is a game that you would play by probably go through it because you get like wrapped up in the simplicity of it. You'd enjoy it, and you beat it. You'd never play it again.
Okay, so then why should it have been nominated for the Game of the Year? Super successful. Gamers all over the place bought it. They loved it. It was constantly game played. Why should it have been Game of the Year? Give me an argument. Didn't reinvent the wheel. You had a literal card game up there. And you had a Sony game that I think it's just fine that freaking that Sony like robot game, I can't even remember the name of it right now. That game won
Astrobot
Game of the Year, but that was just a platformer. Why should have that game been a Game of the Year? Why should a card game be in Game of the Year? They shouldn't have.
That's gonna be a hard disagree for me. Sorry. There's lots of things that you could have said Balatro and Astrobot should have not or should have been, but saying that they shouldn't have been Game of the Year. What did we just finish talking about? The job of the game journalist is, most importantly, above all else, to put their finger on the pulse of the entertainment. Is it putting your finger on the pulse of entertainment to completely not know the reason why people want them to be in Game of the Year? Certainly not. Who, buddy? Who, buddy boy? Okay, so... back up a bit, and we'll move in real time.
Loved it. It was constantly
this game.
Holy shit!
Right.
Just perfect content. Yeah, I've taken it. I cool. That.
I'm not sitting here going like this game's best for anti-woke gaming, right? So the fact that it was even nominated for GOTY is crazy. At the Game
The games being nominated as they were at the Game Awards is a side effect of the industry deciding that they're going to pick their meteor darlings and say what they wanted to say. I revert back to the same thing that I said when it came to the awards being nominated as they were. Why is Variety Magazine being couched alongside a bunch of literally corporations or businesses as people who can put their finger on the pulse of what the gamers want? It can't be. The only reason why it's there like that is that it's the clear, explicit desire by the industry to want to dip into an unsufferable idea that they can codify what gamers want. And they can't. They don't know what gamers want. They don't understand it. They can't understand it. They can't grasp it. It's dumb to try. They wouldn't get it. They can't get it. They don't get it. And it's as simple as that they can't understand what the gamers want because they're not playing the same shit the gamers are wanting to play. Gamers are playing games that they've played 50 billion times because they would rather play a good old game than give you money. Message. But then further past that, you want them to give you a chance to ruin something that you've already ruined because you're not willing to listen to what they have to say. So you put the game, center focus, in front of most of the content available. And you believe that it's good enough to pass. Good enough to pass muster, good enough to pass energy. At that point, the conversation is not about who did best, who did worse, who deserves more, who deserves less. You just don't get the gamers. Not that big a deal. You already don't listen to the gamers. You're not really missing much. That's just for Black Myth Wukong. In my opinion, if it's going to go up there, it went up there for those reasons. It was a game that didn't piss them off. The wide audience, I should say. The wider audience bought it, they played it, it didn't piss them off, it had good enough shit in it, and from that alone, that is the backbone upon which they made their decisions and choices. Not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal at all. Past that, Astrobot. Why should it be Game of the Year? It is a game that shows the love that the rest of the industry has decided that they did not want to show people that were going up for awards. They decided that the industry was not going to give admonishments or respect to what came before. So for Astrobot to go up means that Jak and Daxter goes up. It means Spyro goes up. It means Crash Bandicoot goes up. It means Magna Carta goes up. It means Onimusha, even including Dawn of Souls, goes up. Which is wild because I'm pretty sure that came right before the Onimusha announcement. It means all of the video games of yesteryear that had no recognition, especially the platformers, gets recognition. Why does Balatro, and why should Balatro be Game of the Year, and put that shit on with Jimbo? It's because it's solitaire. It's a legal poker hand solitaire that is able to dictate and to desire nothing more of you but to click play and to figure out from ante 1 to ante 8 and then further beyond and endless, how do you keep your scoring going? It wants you to do nothing more than play it and unlock it. Something that hadn't been recently done in memory beyond simulations, which would put it in the same perspective as Darkest Dungeon, but specifically to card games, since Slay the Spire. And then, on roguelites, since Binding of Isaac. Which was made clear by all the other games that are nodded off to, in the same sphere of indie development and influence, as shown in Friends of Jimbo. The amount of games that are recognized as a part of that, as I look through Friends of Jimbo, from The Witcher, Cyberpunk 2077, Shovel Knight, Don't Starve, Among Us, The Binding of Isaac, Cult of the Lamb, Divinity Original Sin 2, Slay the Spire, Potioncraft, Warframe, Vampire Survivors, Stardew Valley, Enter the Gungeon, 1000 X Resist, and Dave the Diver. All of which are either AA with some level of involvement from Devolver Digital, levels of development, or full indie development, as was Balatro. It was the entry that demonstrated what indies should be. Period. That's what both of those games were there for. Metaphor Revandenzino. The closest a person can get to Persona without being Persona, but still having Persona. Cause it ain't no Shin Megami Tensei, I can tell you that much. And by that I mean mainline content. Numbered SMTs. It's Persona. The same way that they tried to make Neo The World Ends With You into a comedy book. That's why it is there for. In that quality, as a single player game, that means it would be a good game. Ultimately, in my opinion, for what was put up there, because why the fuck did you put up fucking Intergrade? We don't need another copy of Final Fantasy XIV 2. Which, by that I mean, literally, the energy of trying to make Final Fantasy VII into something that can compete with Final Fantasy XIV. The fact that Final Fantasy XIV was not put up for Game of the Year is simply because DLC. But again, what did they do concerning Shadows of the Erdtree? They desperately wanted to put up recency-biased games. But they could not beat out the fact that these two games deserved to be on Game of the Year, but they did not respect them as Game of the Year. Because to them, Game of the Year would be something like Intergalactic. Which is exactly why, as soon as they put that shit on screen, we booed that shit. Because it's garbage. Absolute pure garbage. Because we don't respect it. So you don't respect the gamers, and the gamers don't respect your picks. So then it's going to just be antagonism of going back and forth between the two sides. And or whether or not they respect each other.
It's crazy. I'm not sitting here going like this game sucked.
Wait, what was that? What was that? No, what? I'm trying to figure out what the heck she's saying. I don't care anymore. I have to go back just a little bit because holy shit.
It's crazy. I'm not sitting here going like,
what the? Alyssa, you virtue signaling. Oh, I can't say any more cuss words. You have to have the trans right little gif up here. You have to do it. Jesus Christ, you're crazy. And you couldn't even do like a PNG. You had to do like a GIF. You couldn't even cut out like the back end to make it like feel right. You didn't even censor it right. Jesus Christ, you're awful.
Like this game sucked. It was a perfectly fine game. It didn't reinvent the wheel. It was a little rote in terms of the things that it was doing. It looked pretty cool, and that was it. Like it is a thoroughly mid game. It is a game that you would play by probably go through it because you get like wrapped up in the simplicity of it. You enjoy it, and you beat it. You'd never play it again.
Okay, so then why shouldn't it have been nominated for the Game of the Year? Super successful. Gamers all over the place bought it. They loved it. It was constantly getting played. Why should it have been Game of the Year? Give me an argument. Didn't reinvent the wheel. You had a literal card game up there, and you had a Sony game that I think it's just fine. That freaking that Sony like robot game. I can't even remember the name of it right now. That game won Game of the Year, but that was just a platformer. Why should have that game been a Game of the Year? Why should a card game be in Game of the Year? They shouldn't have, by your standards, because you just don't like them. Like, neither of those games reinvented the wheel. But you're just complaining about Black Myth Wukong for the culture war aspect that you put on it. Nobody else did. You are the ones that were having issues with it.
That's a fucking 6.
Alyssa, your editing is trash. Stop it. Stop it.
That's a 6. That's not dying. It's not anti-woke. I mean, there's like no women in it, but like that's so many.
Nobody's talking about it needing to be anti-woke. They just want good games. Why do you have to? You're the one that's bringing us all up here. No, only people that ever talked about this in the context of woke or anything was your own side, Alyssa. Nobody else. Oh, Jesus Christ.
But of course, yes, this was like the standard bearer for anti-woke games.
No, it wasn't. It was just a standard bearer for good games. That's it. No BS in it. Just because something doesn't have your nonsense in it doesn't mean it's anti-woke. It just means it doesn't have your garbage in it. Holy crap. What the? It's her side.
Well, that requires you to look at it from her perspective. Her perspective, of course, being if it doesn't include my stuff, then they must be for it because it doesn't have us in it. There's an element of that, but obviously the element is we don't want you to tell us what is good because we know what good is. And off that alone, that's like it. You need not go any further than that. Being unable to accept that that's what we want. And as long as you're against what we want, we will be for something else. It doesn't really go any further than that. It's really cringe that he can't be able to separate woke from politically proselytizing. But hey, not many can. Ergo, here we are.
I am a man! The skin of flesh!
There it is. But okay.
Side that has been bringing this culture war about. It's her entire side. Jesus Christ.
Everybody knew that it was going to win the fan voted things, and it did. Ultimate Game of the Year.
Why did everybody know it was going to win the fan voted games? Because yes, it should have. But why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? Oh, because audiences get their voices heard? Is that it, Alyssa?
Golden Joysticks. It won Player's Voice category at the 2024 Game Awards. It won IGN's Community Awards. It's won Fan Voted Awards in Spain, Croatia, Turkey, and Brazil. I'm not shocked that this is like this. And of course, Black Myth Wukong and fan voting awards is something that is being pushed by the people who are starting the real Game Awards. Fans are not voting in the Oscars. They're not voting in the Golden Globes. They're not voting. As much as we enjoy watching these.
Oh.
Why would fans need to care about the Oscars and the Golden Globes? They don't like Hollywood. In fact, Hollywood is the reason why most of this shit happens. We don't want Hollywood in our fucking content. We don't want them. in our industry. We don't want them in our community. We don't want them in places where they clearly hate us and we don't like them. It's easy to get. It's easy to get, easy to understand. What's so hard about that, Alyssa? The sooner that you remove the element of thinking that we care about what happens in Wall Street, let alone fucking Hollywood, the sooner you can get to the point that the gamers reject the shit that clearly doesn't want them. You don't want them, they don't want you. Unfortunate.
Well, honey. Audiences aren't watching the Oscars. Audiences aren't watching the Golden Globes. Their numbers have steadily trended downwards, and it's because they don't cater to audiences anymore. So you're seriously gonna come out here and say it's a problem that the audience gets to have their voices heard? You're seriously gonna do this to me right now? Because if so, honey, you are the most pretentious, self-righteous words I can't say anymore. Because this is.
Is it just me, or is anybody else getting the feeling that the higher he fucking goes, the more he just starts sounding more homosexual? I apologize if I'm the only person who's feeling that or hearing that, but literally the higher he continues being argumentative, the more it sounds like he's approaching, honey, you don't understand it, honey. I'll rewind. Let's see if you can hear it too.
And fan voting awards is something that is being pushed by the people who are starting the real game awards. Fans are not voting in the Oscars, they're not voting in the Golden Globes, they're not voting. As much as we enjoy watching these.
Oh, honey. Audiences aren't watching the Oscars, audiences aren't watching the Golden Globes. Their numbers have steadily trended downwards, and it's because they don't cater to audiences anymore. So you're seriously gonna come out here and say it's a problem that the audience gets to have their voices heard? You're seriously gonna do this to me right now? Because if so, honey, you are the most pretentious, self-righteous words I can't say anymore. Because this is already gonna be a long-ass video as it.
Is it me? Is it me? Am I the only one who hears it? Boster hears it, and I'm blanking on your name. I'm blanking on your name. I'm blanking on your name. And Jade hears it. Piano hears it too? Okay, I'm not crazy. Wonderful.
It is. Holy hell, Alyssa, I don't know how much better to respond to you than an elitist prick. That's it. Holy crap, this is awful, Alyssa. And you've done this to yourself. You're literally saying it's a problem that audiences get their voices heard, and that it's not right for the audiences to let their voices be heard, and that's not legitimate because the audience, the gamers, the people that actually buy and make these games successful don't have the right to have their voices be heard. Is that what you're gonna say? Because if so, who gets the right? Because if it's a gamer that makes a game successful, if it's gamers that come out and help promote the game, the fan base, if it's all this stuff that actually make this stuff successful to begin with, and you're saying they don't have the right to even have their voice be heard, yeah, you're seeing next Tuesday at that point.
These events, as much as we enjoy seeing the red carpet, seeing the acceptance speeches, seeing the performances.
Nobody does anymore. Those numbers are constantly trending downward, so.
This is an industry event by industry people for industry people. Every single major award show is voted on by people who are within that industry.
And people are tired of it because guess who doesn't get a voice? Guess who doesn't get recommended? The people that make this stuff successful to begin with. The audience. So if the audience gets cut out from any of these voting parameters, the people that actually put out the money to go watch this stuff and put the time in to actually make this stuff successful, who crave it, who want to prop it up, the people that want to buy freaking toys and stuff and comics and things like that, the people that make this stuff successful to begin with, do they not get a right to be heard? Do they not? Because if your answer is no, you're an elitist prick.
I'm being completely honest with you. That's how it should be, because those are people who understand the work and the effort, the best that goes into those things. If you are inside that industry, you are working with people in that industry, you are reporting.
That is exactly the reason why people are against you, Alyssa Mercanti. No, the industry of entertainment is made not just by the people who are doing the work, but by the people who are consuming it. If you only ever care about the people who are making things in the industry, then you're talking about film sciences. This is where we start talking about the actual Academy Awards. When was the last time the Academy Awards gave awards away for actual fucking performances, and instead, political diatribe? Can anybody tell me? Does anybody remember? Might be outside of the scope of my audience. But I can tell you the last time I remember seeing an award for that. Not accounting, the reward that was given to Sebastian Shaw like 1 week or 2 weeks ago. I think it was like 2018. Like rewards for technicality, rewards for actual good performances, and not something that was a throwaway because political diatribe says that we need to give this award to them because if we don't give it to them, then we're bigots. Let alone the amount of time where they focused on something that had something not to do with that kind of outlook. Where they had to do that because that's how they had to react, because if they didn't react that way, then they were going to get cancelled.
Reporting on things in that industry, you know back to front how much effort it takes for someone to get so into the character in a movie that they lose themselves for a little.
No. Holy crap. I was making a face there because I was just going to say, okay, you're an elitist prick, but Jesus Christ, this last thing. The people that understand that, the people that understand falling into a character, loving a character so much that they're willing to buy merchandise for that character, is the audience and the fans. Those are the people that understand these characters better than usually the creators. And you're saying that they don't get a voice. You're saying it's wrong for the audience to have a voice. You really are an elitist piece of trash, aren't you? Jesus Christ. The more I watch this, the more anger I get towards you. Because you're coming out here saying gamers don't get a voice. Gamers don't have a right to have a voice. Gamers are just nothing. They shouldn't belong in this industry. The people that this industry is supposed to be catering to shouldn't even care. You shouldn't care about a gamer. That's what you're literally saying there. It should be this credentialized system, this elitist prick system that you're a part of, this closed off door that we just have to accept the slop you keep putting out here. And when there's rare games like Black Myth Wukong, like Space Marine, like Stellar Blade, that actually cater to the gamers, cater to the audience, actually give the audience what they want, you lambast it and attack it and say this is wrong, this is bad, it shouldn't be propped up or even given any notice because it's catering to the people it should be catering to, i.e. the audience.
There's the argument where I can then ask you, okay, but let's talk shop. For real. You put a game in front of me. One is Path of Exile 2, with however many amount of customizations, builds, or shit that I want in it. And the other one is Stellar Blade. A single-player game with the only way in which to invigorate its desire and its work is to insert mods and skins into it. You put both these choices in front of me, and you say, okay, single-player Carl, which one are you gonna pick? You're obviously gonna pick the one that all the other gamers want too, alright? And I say, nah, I want to play for the first Descendant. And you are just dumbstruck by the fact that I could pick a third option. This is kind of the reason why people are against the shit in general. Because that's the industry as a whole, right now. Almost all of the industry. Because it's all coming down to personal choice and personal preference. Sure, there's an element of it where people are making decisions and choices because they know that you're making decisions off their choices. And if they don't choose something that is against what you have, you'll fill in their answer and say, well, the people have spoken and they said this is the shit that they want. But actually, I don't care for either of the choices that are there anyways. I can make the same point with Balatro. I can make the same point with food. You put Hardee's in front of me, you put McDonald's in front of me. Actually, I think I prefer Jack in the Box. You put Jack in the Box in front of me, you put Wendy's in front of me. I'm sorry, I think I just want to have a Big Mac. The quintessential concept that I don't have to pick what you want is what's the problem. It's weird that you can't get that. And of course, the element of it is that you want to have a harmonization of the point. You want everybody to be on the same page. It's Buddhist shit. You want everyone to be on the same page. You want them to agree. Oh yes, of course, this is the best thing in the year. We never had things like Black Myth Wukong. That's crazy. You know what we haven't also had? Onimusha. If you think I'm not about to scream, put this shit on for Onimusha the same way I do for Balatro, you do not know Carl. You just don't. This is a lot of war speed. I don't have a chart. Maces. Warcry. Totem. Some build up. Sorry, I'm having an autism moment. Elemental fire. Global physical daylight. That is screaming maces. But the fact that you can't get that people can just say, no, I would rather have something else entirely. And all sides are getting confused by this. Even the supposed reporters that are supposed to be on the side of the gamer. Is kind of cringe. Honestly, in my opinion, it's kind of cringe. The fact they never considered it. It's weird.
You are everything that we've been raging against within this culture war.
Is Alyssa Mercante everything that we've been raising against the culture war? I'm not in a culture war. I choose not to pick sides. Because I go off of what I can see and what I know is real. But if I had to put my finger on what I'm against, I'm against people telling me what I should do. And then demanding that I have to put my voice behind it because you should be for this. This works out good for you. Before, in the Goobergay, what what we were against. We were against people like Anita Sarkeesian trying to make sexism pervasive in everywhere and in everything. Because, no, I do not need to call out sexism at all times. I should play video games and have fun playing video games. That's a good Steph. I should be focusing on the things that are important to me. And what's important to me is not making every single moment a battleground. I'm just gonna buy that. Because I want to have fun. I can't have fun if every single time we try to play video games, I'm progesterating about how I need to do a barf. Recruit as mana. Into my pocket. Damn, can't refresh the Divine Orb. Oh well. Like there's no need for that, because that's what I was there for. So ultimately, what most gamers would be against would be technically the both of you. They'd be against the both of you. They'd be against Alyssa Mercante because they've been told, yeah, this woman she has no good intentions for gaming. But they'd also be against people who are trying to put energy in words that they don't have intentions behind, with things that they don't want to be involved with. Which I definitely don't want to be in a culture war with individuals who want to claim my interest where I need not have my opinion added where I did not explicitly put it up there myself. And shit like that.
Alyssa, you embody it all. The elitism, the pretentiousness, the thought that you're better than us when you're not. I don't know how much more of this I can take. I don't know how much more of this video I can listen to. But you want to know how I know you're not better than us, Alyssa? 123 subscribers over on YouTube. Yeah, I got watched 1.5k times, but that's because we're clowning on you the entire time. Download to oblivion. We can look at your Twitch account. Yeah, 2,000 followers, 0 frickin' views on almost any of her content. The only thing that gets views are her clips. That's it. From 2 months ago, last month, 3 months ago, 5 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 months ago, 3 months ago. Yeah. Interesting how this all works out, Alyssa. Interesting how this is all happening. You're not better than any of us. In fact, you're actually kind of worse than all of us. You're what everybody despises about the gaming industry right now. You're what everybody...
And the ranting that you're doing right here is what most people tend to despise about the industry in general, about individuals that want to have their comeuppance. Because, bro, I can understand where you're coming from, but why are you going so hard right now? What are we doing this for? What are we doing this for? I'm not trying to be funny. What? Who? Why are you so upset? Because this is where most people tend not to get the disconnect. Like, there's a difference between having passion and just being belligerent. Control yourself, home slice. Get in position. Get right. Please. It's performative. And on one hand, performance is great, especially for clips. But this is supposed to be real talk. Why do you think you could speak for everyone here? That's kind of half the problem. It's kind of half the reason why there's issues to begin with. It's a lot of presumption. Where you want to have your take be the take that everyone can be alongside and get with. But it's so hard to like give you the grace to be so upset because you shouldn't even be this mad. Sure, it can be annoying. It can call for some emotions. But why you have to be that mad? You don't have to be this mad.
But he despises about the games journalist industry. You are one of the most vile pieces of human filth I have ever laid my eyes on. The amount of virtue signaling you do, the amount of entitlement and elitism that comes out of your mouth, it is sickening and draining, and it is why so many of these industries are dying because of people like you. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna say just a little bit more because this is insane.
Or, you know, someone to make an album front to back that they've produced themselves. You can do both. Like, you can have fan-voted awards, and you can have industry awards. But I think the frustration is that flattening. And again, this is the internet, right? The internet deletes nuance. The internet is the enemy of nuance. Chinese gamers are not...
Pause. You can have fan-voted games, and you can have industry darlings. But know that the industry darlings will not be treated like fan-voted games, and that the fan-voted games will not be treated by industry darlings. Pretty fair. I think everybody can go along with that. There can be games that are desired by the games journalists because it's something that they want to see, and then there can be games that can be wanted by the populace because it's what the populace wants to see. But then you're building a parallel society, and never the two shall meet. And if there's a problem in the future where the two cannot be able to reconcile their differences, you cannot say, "How dare you gamers, why didn't you vote for this? They didn't have enough titties for you?" You can't say that. I think that's fair. That's fair enough. To say different, or to act different, is to forget what we're here for. It's supposed to be for the content. It's supposed to be for humor. It's supposed to be for the fun. If you're not having fun, what are you doing it for? I shouldn't be able to put another line on that. Bullshit.
A monolith. They had a legitimate Chinese made game with traditional. Yeah, that's true. China showed up and showed out, and that's fine.
What were you gonna say? Jesus Christ, woman! Jesus Christ! What? Literally, what was just said there? Is that it was a Chinese game made for Chinese audiences that everybody loved. So then your whole anti-woke thing doesn't even connect. What were you trying to say? You were saying the nuance, the internet.
Rewind. What was she trying to say? Let's listen.
Awards, and you can have industry awards. But I think the frustration is that flattening. And again, this is the internet, right? The internet deletes nuance. The internet is the enemy of nuance. Chinese gamers are not a monolith. They had a legitimate Chinese made game with traditional. Yeah, that's true. China showed up and showed out, and that's fine.
Pause. The internet flattens out nuance and doesn't have nuance. Ultimately, sick, open close, bracket, close bracket. The Chinese gamers showed up and showed out for Black Myth Wukong. And that's fine. Maybe, but then I bring you to the drama that was actually brought up about how Black Myth Wukong, when they didn't win Game of the Year, were supposedly fucking besides themselves. Crying. Ooh, that's actually a great chest. If they were there for legitimate purposes that were concerning to fun, they shouldn't be so upset that they didn't get the outcome that it seems that many wanted. There's no need for them to be upset about the fact that they didn't win Game of the Year. They got their game out there, and that should be good enough. It's clearly about more than that. And by those means, which it is meant to be for, you kind of have to explain and square the circle on how you kind of just let that be the case. Because if we're being fair and legitimate, some of this shit is a bit loopy. Reactions and behaviors that have nothing to do with gamers and more to do with, I can't believe that they sold us that we would win and we didn't. That's a little bit cap, and they kind of have to hold that L. Sure, you might not agree with her opinion, but that's actually closer to the fair opinion. If you're for gamers, you want them to receive your game well. If they don't see your game, and you don't even get a chance to be on stage, there's something to be said there. But if you're upset that you didn't win, and you're throwing a fit being like, how couldn't we win? We should have been a shoo-in. Then, cringe. Pretending that you can't understand, that's where she's coming from. Pretty lame. Pretty lame, in my opinion. Moving past that.
What were you gonna say? Jesus Christ, woman! Jesus Christ! What? Literally, what was just said there? Is that it was a Chinese game made for Chinese audiences that everybody loved. So then your whole anti-woke thing doesn't even connect. What were you trying to say? You were saying the nuance, the internet destroys nuance, and it's flattening, and then you go off in this entire tangent. What are you trying to say, woman? Holy hell, you're insane!
That's fine. We knew this was going to happen. Jeff Keighley has said that he wants the Game Awards to be like the Oscars, and that's what they are. And this serves a different purpose.
And that means that I'm not going to like it. That means it's no longer catering to the audience, even though it was built off the back of the audience and the fans and the actual gamers, and he's going to be catering to Hollywood elitists. And that's going to be what destroys the gaming awards. That's what has driven people away. That has what has completely redefined this entire world, is that the audience has completely different standards than you elitist pricks. Welcome to that. You're just showing the disconnect here. There's no connectivity. You're just seeing audiences love something completely different than what these elitist pricks want to shove down our throats the entire time. Congratulations to pointing that out and pointing out why everybody has an issue now and not being able to recognize it, Alyssa.
Purpose. But yes, I believe that it won twofold. I think part of the reason why it won is because it's being hailed as this brand new anti-woke thing. And the other reason why it's being hailed is because it's a Chinese game based on Chinese lore, which is pretty underserved in the video game industry.
Wait, why can't
I mean, not really. There's so many things that call into and call back to fucking Chinese mythology that it's just that it's boring. There's not been a game that's done it very well. The last few that did so was Neo. Before that was Onimusha, and that's just been it. No one's been able to service that niche because they just don't know how to make it. Y'all don't know how to make the Kool-Aid, and that's why we don't drink it. Not your fault, but you kind of have to like just accept that that's what it is. You can't make the game. It's all right. It's dog shit. We accept it being dog shit. I don't look for you for that shit, so I just go somewhere else. You kind of can't say it's because of an anti-woke narrative. That just doesn't follow. Because half the games that I play have nothing to do with wokeness. Wokeness. Political proselytization. I'm not being sold an agenda. And even when a game has political themes, like, say, the uprising of the Karui against Orioth and the entire storyline of Kitava, they don't tell you, vote blue, vote blue, vote blue, donate to Act Blue, donate to Act Blue, donate to Act Blue. That doesn't happen.
Just be that it's a Chinese game based on Chinese lore? Is it because that people fought back against you guys trying to make it a culture war issue? That you guys trying to make it a big issue? Because that's what it was. Nobody was trying to make it a culture war issue outside of you. You're trying to say it's anti-woke? Nobody's ever said it was anti-woke. They just said it's a good game based on Chinese lore that is underrepresented. Hey guys, Editing Derby here, and it just dawned on me, considering that Alyssa...
Are you thinking about Three Kingdoms or about the story written about the Three Kingdoms, which is Dynasty Warriors? Because technically, there hasn't really been a good Dynasty Warrior game in a while. The closest we actually have gotten to Musha has actually been Hyrule Warriors and shit like that. I think Dragon Quest put out an example? Dragon Quest, the original Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. I can't recall the last time that there was a Dynasty Warrior game. Let's find out. There's Dynasty Warriors Origins. The last Dynasty Warriors release was, Jesus Christ, 2008 with Dynasty Warriors 9. And then Dynasty Warriors Origins. Then, of course, there was Extreme and Empires. But yeah, Koei Tecmo has not really put out a frequent title. Ironic enough. Surprisingly enough, 2008 shows that Koei Tecmo's most successful franchise was Dynasty Warriors. So the fact that they don't have a release between 2018 to 2024, and they're going to be releasing Dynasty Warriors Origin in 2025, is a bit surprising. But hey, it's a multi-platform. We'll find out when that day comes.
Mercante keeps saying that Black Myth Wukong is an anti-woke game, which again doesn't even make any logical sense, but because it's a Chinese game filled with Chinese lore and an underserved market, wouldn't that make it an actual pretty woke game and a very diverse game? By her own standards, the fact that nobody really markets to the Chinese audience, nobody really markets with Chinese lore, it's an underrepresented minority group right there. Wouldn't you think that that would actually be something that diversity individuals would actually want to help propagate and promote and say, hey, this is an example of other cultures' content and other cultures' cultures and some things that are shaped by the rest of the world? And wouldn't you think they would actually want to market that? The fact that they're not wanting to market that, the fact that they're not wanting to promote that, and the fact that they're wanting to constantly denigrate it and attack it and say it's anti-woke and stuff like that, basically goes to show you that they're massive hypocrites. Again, back to the all-around video. There's tons of people that love this game and enjoy this game. You're the one that's making it a culture war issue, not us. This is all on you, and it's basically over. There's barely any content left. Look, Alyssa, this is all you're doing, and you got proven wrong. It's like, well, two things can be true. It could be because the anti-woke people, and it could be because Chinese people catered to an audience and it did all this. So two things can be true. Yeah, two things can be true. But the reality is, only one thing's true. It was just a good game that people actually liked, and it did break new ground. Chinese lore. This is not hard to recognize, Alyssa, but you're...
He said the meme. It broke new ground!
making it harder to recognize. You're doing this all to yourself, because you're retarded.
Period. We should view major award shows as celebrations of the people making things in that specific industry by the people in that industry.
I'm done.
Award shows, in my opinion, should never be just about making awards for the people in that industry by that industry. Because at that point, it makes the Oscars into a luncheon. Here now recognizing people who did that best thing in that one film. It is fell from accounting! I promise you, if you start looking at the award shows like that, you will see them no different than a fucking luncheon, where you're being told to leave your cubicle to go give some person who you've never met their fucking flowers about how long they've been at a company. That's it. That actually makes it pretty funny if you think about it. But I digress.
I can't. The award shows should be a celebration of the content, of the thing that is getting the award, not of the people that made it, not of anything like...
That's where I definitely disagree with you. Award shows, if you're not going to think of them about the meme that I just said, they are a recognition of the people who made it, the people who are in it, and the people who watched it. Because the audiences would be the ones that dictate if this is truly Game of the Year or Movie of the Year. Because if it's a blockbuster, everybody came out for it. Therefore, if it made a lot of money, or rather than just being a commercial success, it was a critical success, because everybody saw it and they're like, give this man a reward immediately, people will talk, and they will have buzz, and they will say, oh yes, he definitely should get it. Why wouldn't he? Didn't you watch it? Because then, it does the thing that you always say, that all of you always want to do. It starts a dialogue! It starts a conversation! Example. Elon Musk faking being a Path of Exile 2 gamer started a dialogue that now can discuss that, yeah, I think Monk probably is the best character in the game. Hands down. At least in terms of melee. Hands down. Best melee character. Warrior is going to probably take some time and take some experimentation for us to figure out how to get there, but eventually we will get there. Nightbreed, that upcoming Amy Adams film, is going to be in another one of those examples where the Academy Award Adams meme is probably going to get brought up. And people are going to think to themselves, what the fuck does this girl have to do to get a fucking Emmy? What does she got to do to get a goddamn Oscar? How many shows does she have to be a part of? How many projects does she have to be a part of until we give this girl her flowers? Same way that for years, this happened to Leonardo DiCaprio. How many times did he have to overreact? How many slurs does he have to say in order for him to get recognized? Forgetting the people who was responsible for holding the camera grip so they could see you act your little patootie off is a part of why people don't like the award shows. Because it becomes about the nepotism of being popular and being one of those people in the moment. It's like going back to the beginning of COVID and those fucking Zoom calls. The fucking singing. Imagine if there's no people. Imagine if you had talent. That's why people don't fuck with it. You forget about the little people. You forget about the people in your industry who probably had to get molested in order for you to get your good shot. The amount of effort that doesn't get talked about. The awesome American heroes. The same shit applies in gaming. That's why influencer culture has taken over the influencing market in terms of brick and mortar content creators. Jimquisition can't give you and tell you what Total Biscuit could. And since Total Biscuit's gone, that is to say the man, I think his the infrastructure is still in the hands of his wife Gemma. But the man, Total Biscuit, John Bain, is gone. So someone has to be capable of telling the people what is important. And if the gamers aren't able to do it, and the industry heads that claim the gamers don't know how to do it, can't do it, who's going to do it? And it's in those spaces where this conversation resides. Because now, if we already understand that Alyssa Mercante can't bring us what we want, who can? Whether that be entertainment or news. If there are people who, unironically, go to Alyssa Mercante because they find her and her content entertaining, there's nothing I can do about that. I could mock them, flame them, criticize them, mog them, make plenty of shorts talking shit about them, but if they find her entertaining as an entertainer, not as an informant, then that's where it goes. That's where it comes from. That's what's important. Can't be any more upset about that than any other person could. Really, honestly. It sounds like I'm looping, but my point is, if the industry wanted to learn what gamers want, they should probably ask them. And then after they are told, either through their wallets or through query, give them what they want. And then don't forget them when it comes time to accept a reward. Because I don't want to hear from fucking Justin Baldoni. I don't want to hear from Neil Druckmann. I want to hear from the people. And if the people who claim that they speak for the trees isn't me, or someone like me, then I can say, oh, okay. Then we're not talking cash money. Because Lord have mercy, this guy has got the yap factor that doesn't help Alyssa Mercante either. He's so prepared and ready to just spurg at her that he loses his sense of perspective, let alone information gathering. You blame a lot of fucking shit, but you can't blame her for that. That's you, at the end of the day.
Like that, not of these gaming developers. It should be a celebration of the games. That means audiences and developers alike. That's the combined thing right there. And audiences deserve to have a voice. That's what it should be. But Jesus Christ, woman. No wonder you're kicked out of the industry. No wonder you were lambasted everywhere. No wonder you think everybody has a negative opinion of you. Because you're just awful. Holy hell, you're just awful. I've never had somebody that I just, like, the amount of just pure entitlement, elite.
Example.
The disrespect and disregard to audiences, the forcing of culture war BS on everything, the virtue signaling, just, it's all shoved into this one thing. Again, reactionary YouTubers that have all these issues and, you know, they do all this stuff and they disrespect the truth and they lie. You disrespected the truth. I debunked you really fast. So your whole narrative is bogus. Nothing here is accurate. The reason people were fighting back against you guys is because you were lying just out your teeth and you were trying to push fucking...
Pause. The reason why most people push back against games journalists is that games journalists are projecting an opinion to the industry. They reflect back what the industry wants to see and hear. They are the equivalent of someone asking them, don't bring me no bad news. So they cherry pick examples that say, yes, sir, you master, the gamers loved Black Myth Wukong. They said, fuck titties. Now make a video game full of nothing but cringe references to Disco Elysium. I don't want to be the Igor that has to tell them, sir, that's cringe and gay. They said they wanted titties. I don't know what to tell you. We don't have to make more titties. Because no matter how you go about it, if you bring me something I don't want, and you tell me I gotta eat it, I'm probably gonna tell you to get bent. No matter what. And if you have to communicate in such a way where the only reason something gets discussed is because you decided their opinion will only get heard when you decided it's valuable enough to look into, then again, we can't talk cash money. There's nothing cash money we can talk. Because where can people go from there when it comes to learning about an opinion? You won't platform the opinion of the people that you disagree with because you don't want them to be seen or heard. So, if you won't let people see their opinion, and you won't let them hear their opinion, guess where they're going to go find that opinion? The places you don't want them to be. If you're going to treat it like they're upset and they're annoying or they're lame, well then, who's responsible for having only fucking lame shit to talk about and lame things to talk about? Like, you can't blame other people for you guys being fuck shit. That's already off fucking base to begin with. And then around and around in a circle we go, laying blame on people's shoulders.
Narratives the entire time. This is all done on you. And holy hell, God, I do want more content like this from this woman. Because she's just insane, and it's just perfect cringe all wrapped up into one. But I'm gonna leave it there, guys. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you want me to react to more of Alyssa Mercante's stuff, please tell me, and let me know down in the comments below. And if you like this video, please share it out to all your friends. Hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell for every time I put out a new video live, guys. And I'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.
No, I would not like to leave a like on Dermy Wormy's content. There are two things that I view as cancerous. Games journalists are definitely cancerous, but I also find the guys that can't really spit it the fuck out and are anti-energy to be probably just as bad. There's definitely a space where people that have to learn gotta learn, but god damn it, I'm begging you, please, you can do better than this. I believe that you can do better than this. But there's that opinion. I think if it's possible that everyone is capable of just realizing that it's not about them and not about trying to just they're not like us when it comes to games journalists, we could be able to finally find a healthy middle ground. Of course, that's not going to happen without them being in the room to have the discussion when that happens. Because that discussion's not going to happen over videos. That's not going to happen over content. That's going to happen in a discussion with other fucking people. Because honestly, get off her nuts that hard. My god! You're supposed to be against her. But the way you act like you want to kiss her. Like, I have to thank you for giving me content. Don't do that. Just say compliments to the chef and move on. It's so fucking eye-rolling. I don't have enough energy to hate that. I find it hard to hate that. Because on one hand, make your money, king. If there's an audience that watches you for that, I guess that's okay. Here's my audience. The shit that they watch of me, I don't know. Should I question what they like? Should I question why they like me? Probably not. Not my concern. My job is to put the fucking fries in the bag. And I'm accessible enough that people can tell me to put the fries in the bag. Past that, I don't know what else I can really say other than cringe. It's super mega gay cringe. Which now? I don't know. Let me ask. If it's for the office, it needs to be before 5, because then there will be no people there to pay for the fee of our box. 1 second. I need to ask an actual important question to my mother. Wonderful. What time is it now? 2:11. Okay. What was my train of thought? Ah, yes. We like you because you're funny and smart, Carl. Why, thank you. Ego rub, ego rub, ego rub, ego rub, ego rub, ego rub. But there is a serious contingency of creators where their ability to stay on topic is just fucking lost. And when I mean on topic, I mean on message. Being on brand, in and of itself, is half the reason why most of us have cantankerous conversations between one content creator or another. There is no need for people to be going at the throat, because there's no reason for them to be fighting in such a way where they should act like they're not going to have their chance to have a moment in the sun. But at the same time, I can understand why there are people who act like that. Because since it's an attention economy, they're fighting and elbowing motherfuckers in the face. Because if they don't, well, maybe they don't get seen. They don't get seen. They don't get heard. Their opinions and their mindsets aren't discussed or understood. It just becomes a back and forth kerfuffle. And then you have to ask yourself, what are you talking about? And at that point, if all of what they're talking about is nothing, then what the fuck are we here for? Right? How can we make serious what is considered the most unserious? Because we just have people that are just at each other's throats all the time. Nobody's able to discuss what's the most important quantity for people to be concerned with, because they're fighting over shit that shouldn't matter or doesn't matter, and things of that nature. I think that's probably the biggest problem. If there were more content creators, they were able to stay on brand when it came to what people are concerned with and ask for, and they didn't divulge into culture war, kind of like what Just Match JT and Cabritas Rambo and Mark Kern are currently doing, then there wouldn't be a concern. I wouldn't have to mention them. I wouldn't have to talk about them with that. I think that's more or less what I'm trying to say. I'm beginning to hit my time clock. We still have another hour and 15 minutes. So let's see here. Moving forward. What is next? What is next? What is next? I know that this video is definitely longer, so I guess this now leaves us to the lol cow. Take me to the cow. Okay, we've got ourselves a Undertale lover. Name is Ron Domi. I need you all to be able to see the full effect of their fucking intro. Gird your loins, kids. This might be a degenerate. See, you get the full effect of Undertale, and you also get the pride flag. Smart thinking. What do you have to say, Ron Domi?
Hello. Today I will
Male.
Be answering the questions of the map questions prompt by Lecter.
But why? Who put you up to this?
Question 1. What is your age of attraction?
Please do not say what I think you're about to say.
This is a weird one for me, because I'm honestly not sure I have one. I don't have frames of reference in my head for what, say, the average 13-year-old or the average 65-year-old looks like.
Sonic Spinball noise.
What I do know is that I found people of all age groups whom I found attractive, whether they fit stereotypical physical characteristics of those groups or not. Doesn't mean I don't have preferences, but even those tend to shift back and forth by the day. Yes, this includes babies. Yes, this includes elderly. It may even include corpses, but I haven't devoted much thought to it.
Alright, this person doesn't need to be near children or hospitals or elementary schools, okay? I blame nobody if you have to top out. Just a girl's already down. We will see you when we see you. We will see you when we see you, small girl. I don't blame you. Don't feel bad. One minute, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 seconds. Every time. What was the record when it came to Dan's burst? Was it 43 seconds? 23 seconds? Oh, I have to thank Gay Riddler for this, really. Thanks, Gay Riddler. Now I'll have nightmares. Okay. Go to your loins, Chit. Put yourself together. Let me grab a water for myself. Okay. Water. Water. Lock in, chat.
Question 2. What map identities do you use? ergo pedophile, child lover, youth-oriented, etc. Simply using minor attracted person suffices for me. It's a label I use out of convenience, for it encompasses nephophilia all the way to ephebophilia, although the latter extends a bit beyond the typical age of majority.
Thanks for being honest, I guess?
It's a thought-provoking question, to be sure. I feel as though I haven't had much of a chance to think about what I am until recently. Question 3. How did you discover being a map? I'm not entirely certain. I think one day when I was lurking in the paraphile community, I thought about it and realized that on some occasions when I saw certain children in real life, it caused feelings of attraction in me, even back when I was a child myself.
Okay, what's my window? As a kid? As a child? That is bizarre.
I grappled with this, thinking that it wasn't the children I was attracted to, but the physical characteristics. You know, like telling myself that I just like smooth faces or something, which is true. Then I thought, even if that was the case, a map I am, for I found myself attracted to characteristics exclusive to children, as they usually are. I was running out of excuses to avoid the label, and now here I am. Incidentally, this period of self-discovery very closely mirrored my experiences realizing I was bi and trans.
A twofer.
I need to emphasize, finding something attractive does not make someone a danger to them.
Yes, it does.
For example, homosexual women would be a danger to other women.
They're a risk. And that's the factor. It's like putting an alcoholic that clearly has the tendency to lie responsible for a shelf room full of liquor. You could put as much effort and interest as you want into saying he's not a business risk or a flight risk. But if you start noticing your stock is depleting, and you have camera evidence of him drinking it, it is a risk. So I wouldn't ever let, per se, a bisexual transgender who has admitted to having a love of children that reaches the romantic and sexual be responsible for their caregiving. It's just common sense.
Question 4. Do you like being a map? Yes. I feel neutral about the attraction itself, but I'm happy I have it because it's given me insight as to how our community is treated and misunderstood.
I don't think you're misunderstood. I think the problem with your audience is that everybody truly understands what a minor attraction person is. And that's a pedophile with better labeling. What was you? Continue.
Deliberately or otherwise. It has helped me see the flaws in the logic of our oppression, and has given me a more personal incentive to fight for the paraphile community. I wouldn't trade my attraction for any other. I feel neutral about them all.
I wouldn't trade my attraction for any other. I feel neutral about them all. My dude, you admitted to saying that you liked kids when you were a child. The levels of your cooked doesn't even begin. You're not just wrong, you're fractally wrong. The infinitesimal levels at how wrong your desire is should have been made clear to you as you process them as an adult. But alas, here you are.
Question 5. Are you out to anyone in real life? No. I live in an extremely conservative environment. Few people even...
So, by saying no there, you have demonstrated the reason why you cannot be allowed around children. You clearly see a reason to hide your desire. Why would you need to hide it? Shouldn't you be proud? Why aren't you prideful? Scream it from the mountaintops! This is how we know this is an unserious position. And you are, in fact, capping. And you knew you were fronting. You don't need to be near children. You yourself are confirming the reason why you shouldn't be near children.
know I have LGBT characteristics. One of my closest friends, who is also a MAP, knows I'm doing activism for this community, but I haven't told them I'm a MAP myself. Although...
Your friend who is also a pedophile, like, you didn't tell you have pedophilic tendencies and that you're fighting on your equal rights to be pedophiles? That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's so crazy.
If they don't suspect it, I'd be shocked. I undertake my activism knowing full well that aunties may dox me to my conservative environment. At which
I wonder why they want to find out who you are while you're trying to hide behind an online persona, while also proudly saying things on the internet that nobody asked or prompted you to say. That's crazy. That's so weird. What would be the motivating factor for them to unveil you? I wonder.
At this point, I don't know what will happen to me. But I know the risks. I've nothing to lose anymore.
No, I think you got some stuff to lose. I think you got a lot to lose.
Question 6. Does being a MAP affect your general political or philosophical beliefs? Not directly, I don't think.
God, I want to touch kids. Do you think that would have any kind of motivation over the kind of things that I believe politically? No, I don't think it would. Cap.
I was already aligned with the paraphile community before realizing I was a MAP myself. Question 7. Are you trans age? I don't think so. Then again, I at different points also didn't think I was bi, trans, a MAP, etc. I do, however, feel as though I haven't properly existed until recently. I wonder if that kind of feeling ever ties into being trans age.
You're transgender, and you are a minor attracted individual, otherwise read as pedophile. But man, you're not all the way gone. That is not a plus in your category.
Question 8. Are you MAP for MAP? I very rarely feel romantic attraction. But I think that at this point, one would at the very least need to be radically supportive of the paraphile community in order for me to feel comfortable dating them. If they were a MAP themselves, that's a good sign. Question 9. Do you have any other non-normative identities, ergo queer or zoo? Do they play a less or more important role in your life than minor attraction? Queer, yes, I am bi and trans, specifically agender. I'm not sure whether or not they have a more important role in my life. It was minor attraction that helped galvanize me into becoming an activist, but it was the former two that had a part in leading me here. If autism counts as a non-normative identity, which I'd say so, then it has by far the most important role in my life. I suspect I may also have ADHD and bipolar.
Oh, you got something alright. You got something alright. You got something. And it's not just being ADHD or bipolar. You got something in you that's fucked up, and it probably started at a young age when you were touched by your daddy. Or your mommy. Or whoever fucked you up.
Question 10. Favorite thing about your preferred age group? They're human. That happens to be my favorite animal. In all seriousness, I don't know how exactly to answer this question. Question 11. Are you crushing on any kid or teen right now? No. Not for lack of interaction. I spend a lot of time around them.
God damn it, I just separated it specifically so I could have the sound effect.
I find lots of people attractive, but I very rarely crush on anyone. Such a thing may require me to know them on a deep personal level. Question 12. What's your dream date? I don't know. I'm sorry, I feel as though any answer I give here would be generic. Just someone who shares enough of my values.
How would a child be able to share the values of a grown adult? Riddle me that!
My dream date doesn't exist, so I don't really feel all that picky. Question 13. Describe your ideal kid or teen. This question disturbs me.
Oh, this question disturbs you! Interesting! Why is that? Eye roll. Ow, I put my finger in my eye.
Maybe it's the possessive phrasing? I'm not entitled to have any sort of mold in which I deem is the best a kid or teen can be. I don't know. I like that they're becoming more and more radical. I guess my ideal kid or teen is a leftist leader.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Are you surprised, chat? I'm not surprised. He said his preferred partner would be a child that's a leftist leader. He wants somebody who's going to lead the masses as he leads them by the tip.
If this question means my ideal kid or teen to date with or something, then none. I'm anti-contact.
Oh, I'm anti-contact. I don't violate the non-aggression pact. Into the chipper.
With regards to fiction or fantasy, how about a smart, sweet Futanari? Question 14. Do you know any children or teenagers you admire or look up to? Many of them, particularly marginalized ones who survive or fight against their oppression, including those in the parafoul community. Question 15. Do you consider yourself a youth liberationist? This ties in neatly with the last question. Yes, I do. Children are among the most oppressed and exploited people on Earth. And part of the reason
why do you think that
I am anti-contact is that I want to combat the means in which adults can exploit them.
Ah, yes, you want to be able to combat how they're exploited by them, but you also want to exploit them for sexual desire. Yes, yes.
Question 16. What songs do you associate with being a map? I don't think I'm cultured enough to give a satisfactory answer. The thing is, the answer to me would have to be a song that could be applicable specifically to parafoul struggles. I'd be interested in hearing other people's answers. Question 17. Do you have any map headcanons? Yes, actually. I headcanon Ike and Soth from the Fire Emblem Tellius games as Ephebophiles.
He ships fictional characters as wanting to fuck kids. Like, what the fuck do I do with that? Listen to it again.
I don't think I'm cultured enough to give a satisfactory answer. The thing is, the answer to me would have to be a song that could be applicable specifically to Paraphile struggles. I'd be interested in hearing other people's answers. Question 17. Do you have any map headcanons? Yes, actually. I headcanon Ike and Soth from the Fire Emblem Tellius games as Aphebophiles. Though
why?
I can't explain why that is without divulging spoilers.
Like, what the fuck do you have to say to that, chat? Mag walks up to you and says, "Hey, tell me about your favorite character in this fucking franchise, and if you have a headcanon about them fucking." First off, why do you immediately have a response to that? I'm already hot off the fact that you have an immediate answer. This is something that you've thought deeply about. But then secondly, you have a deep, addressable opinion about something that you perceive them doing. And yet, you have this for reasons that aren't good enough to describe with immediate examples to be given. Ones I wouldn't find necessarily satisfactory. Irritation. Irritation. Pure irritation. Hey, what's your favorite JRPG? Hey, I have a headcanon that Link is fucking kids outside of Hyrule Castle. Same shit. Same shit. Halfway through. This is going on double speed.
There also happens to be a manuscript that's been floating in my computer for 5 years, and in that manuscript there's a little girl who I headcanon as a map.
Of course.
The thing is that I'm the one who wrote the manuscript, and thus I'm the creator of this character. I didn't write her as a map at the time, but in retrospect it seems obvious to me that she is one. Maybe once I redraft, headcanon will become canon. The author ain't dead just yet. Question 18. Do you watch children's cartoons or movies? What are your favorites? I'm not certain why this question is here, but I will answer it anyway. Yes, I do watch children's cartoons. My all-time favorite is Gravity Falls.
They're never beating the allegations. Holy shit. They're never beating the allegations. They're never beating the allegations, chat. It's impossible. They're never beating them. Holy shit. They can't make it. They won't make it. Holy fuck, it's... Oh, man, is it Jover?
Others I really like are Avatar, Steven Universe, and Gumball. As for movies...
They're not beating the allegations! Holy shit.
My all-time favorite is Gravity Falls. Others I really like are Avatar, Steven Universe, and Gumball. As for movies, I catch Disney stuff from time to time, but I rarely actively seek it out. Again, I don't know why this question's here, but it feels good to answer. Like, I get to talk about my special interests a little bit. I'm too focused on real-life stuff in the pair community these days to really get into any of it. Question 19. Are you a Kodokan? Yes. I have fetishes for lollies, showed up...
I'm sorry, can you say that again, please?
Question 19. Are you a Kodokan?
Okay, Kodokan.
Yes. I have fetishes for lollies, shodas, and non-binary equivalents. This was something I was certain of long before...
Definitely not beating the allegations. 100% will not be the allegations. Holy shit.
Before I knew I was a map. I'll make a video one day about whether or not I think lolicons are automatically maps, but the short answer is no. Question 20. What prompted you to join the map community? I was lurking in the pro shipper community for a long time before I came across the concept of paraphiles. I've already learned about some nuances about maps that make them distinct from the awful stereotype we're often depicted as, so I was able to go down the pipeline. There was also the matter of one of my best friends confessing to me that they were a map, so I had a personal incentive to get involved. What galvanized me into becoming an activist was seeing several instances of young paraphiles attempting suicide, at which point I thought enough was enough. I've since learned that such a thing is far from an isolated incident. Question 21. Do you have any map that you look up to as a role model or mentor? I don't think so. There are maps I deeply respect, but I'm not sure if they want me viewing them that way, seeing as how I haven't been active in the community for that long. As I'll discuss in question 23, I've changed enough in that time that those who I used to consider role models or mentors I no longer do, so I'll hold my horses. It's more like a try to learn from everyone, some more than others, but I'm not ready to single people out.
Question 22. Favorite map flag or symbol? The Phebophile flag looks really cool, I suppose, and I like the envy love symbol. If I'm allowed to include groups that happen to have maps, then my favorite is the X anti-pride flag. Red for anger, love, and courage. Orange for confusion, transition, and community. Yellow for happiness, self-love, and acceptance. White for peace, balance, and reassurance. Question 23.
How convenient for you to tell us exactly who's going in and in which order they're gonna go in before. Useful information.
How much did you change since you joined the community? I haven't been in it for that long, as I've said, and I've always been anti-contact. But what's changed for me is that I've developed a much more principled and logical anti-contact stance, independently from the visceral emotions that sustained it prior. I'll cover the specifics in a separate video. Question 24. Do you have favorite people here? Do I have to pick favorites? Or marginalized? I'm fearful of hurting anyone's feelings. Well, if I must, then I'll say that my favorite people are the radical leftist anti-contacts. There is a...
Not beating the allegations. God damn, they're not fucking beating the allegations. Consuming leftist content, consuming children's television shows, wanting to be with children, but claiming you don't want to get in contact with them.
A certain highly principled, well-read, diligent, politically minded, outspoken young map named Iris in the community. I pale in comparison to them. They're not my answer to the role model or mentor question because we haven't known each other for long enough for me or them to make that call, and I don't know if they feel comfortable about that. But they're definitely one of my favorite people in the community. At any rate, I certainly haven't seen any anti do as much to combat child abuse as they have. Question 25. Would you like to meet anyone from the community in real life if you haven't yet? I'm shy. I think internet communication suffices. Not that I'd mind otherwise, but I don't feel too strongly about it. Question 26. If you could send some message to all maps right now, what would it be? Not sure what I could tell us that we haven't heard already. Just know that many of us are ex-antis and that there will be more to come. No matter how oppressively hopeless things have gotten for us, we're still here. Question 27. What would you like to change in the map community? The further growth of the radical leftist sentimentality present, which seems to be happening as radical leftist sentimentality usually.
Of course you want to grow the anti-sentiment amongst leftists. Of course. Allegations. Not beating them. Not beating them.
Does. Question 28. What would you change in the world? The fall of the Imperial Core would be nice. Question 29. Do you miss anyone? I had a friend who died almost 2 years ago as of this writing. I really miss them. Wonder what they think of me now. Question
they should be disgusted. If they were to hear and see what you're doing, they would be disgusted. Should be disgusted. Especially through all of the veiled language and weasel word arguments and examples that you're giving about the reasons why you feel how you do. I still cannot understand why you chose to put this live to the internet.
Question 30. Answer any question you want or share something else. The next video I have planned is going to be a massive project, so I can't guarantee it will come to fruition. Until then, I'm grateful to Lecter for these questions.
Oh, lovely. O'Brien's Mullins the Fox approach.
Thank you for watching.
And everyone make sure to thank Horror for your nightmares tonight. Do I have the stomach to watch another one? Do I have time? 2:44? Yeah, one more. What else is in this thread? Parapride, ranting about pro-chip and paramnesia and ageism. My anti-contact stance and critique of the consenting juveniles. Paratweet. Mansambic mantra, anti-paraphiles about Illuminati. The Fanti effect, the paraphiles. Love, hate, and double standards, anti-paraphiles, Logovert, and Seni Hughley. The Kodokan video. A defense of Kodokan. And red flags, antis of Leningrad. I have only enough time for one, maybe two if I squeeze it. I'm going to pull the trigger on this, and I'm going to pull on their anti-contact stance and critique of consenting juveniles. Well, that was a mistake, because that's 1 hour. That's definitely not happening. How about you take about Illuminati? That one's also an hour. Fucking shit! Are none of you niggas condensed? Okay. The Kodokan one is shorter. Okay, that's more reasonable. Thank you, Horror.
Hello. In my last video, I spoke about the latter half of this equation often spouted by antis. How fandom antis and even many pro shippers believe that possessing a minor attraction automatically makes you a bad person or a potential danger. That was then. Now, I'm going to touch on the former half. The belief that being a pro shipper makes you a pedophile or zoophile or whatever. In this video, I'm going to be doing this by talking about kodo art and writing, but my arguments can be applicable to other forms of pro ship friendly art. I'm going to be covering several subjects. What is Kodokan? Is Kodokan pedophilia? Does enjoying Kodokan make you a pedophile? Does it make you a potential predator? Is it child porn? To start off, Kodokan usually refers to the sexualized depiction of little anime kids, though it can be used to refer to any sexualized little cartoon child. It has subsections, the most well-known of which is Lolicon, which is sexualizing little cartoon girls, and Shotokan for boys. Kodokan refers to both, and it may be inclusive of non-binary characters. These definitions also refer to people who enjoy such work. In this video, I will be using the word as an umbrella term that refers to all sexual depictions of childlike characters. I say childlike because it's not unusual for adults to look like children in fiction.
You wouldn't even need to go there if you were talking about that, because that's not even something that even necessitates you need to discuss that. The fuck?
And I have indeed seen real adults who look like children. This is actually a good place to start, because I want to talk about how anti-Kodakons really miss the point as to why CSA is so bad. They use the wisdom of disgust as a shortcut, often condemning people who are attracted to people or fictional characters with childlike features because they resemble children. When an adult sexually abuses a child, the reason why it's so bad is because a real child is being sexually abused. Not because of what the child looks like. Anti-Kodokan arguments are absolutely rife with this kind of conflation, this kind of focus on appearance and surface-level observation. I've seen them say that if an adult dates another adult who looks like a child, they must thus be a pedophile and thus a potential danger. Whether the adult is a pedophile or not, are they harming a child by dating this adult? Yes or no? All antis seem to care about is that it's gross. Gross. What a nebulous fucking concept. Maybe the wisdom of disgust merits its own video. Also, to many...
Perhaps in the future, many of you would do well with understanding why this is such a pervasive issue. Because if you're so stuck in the reeds that you're trying to conceptualize why this person must be using disgust as the feature and the metric, maybe remember that you're trying to find a weasel word to describe yourself as a minor attraction person instead of as a pedophile. Maybe then it'll start to get into your head the reason why they cut you off at disgust.
Any of us, it being gross is the damn point. So, after that tangent, I ask and answer, is Kodokan pedophilia? It can be. Similarly, I could argue that yaoi is homosexuality. The thing is, the two cartoon dudes fucking aren't guaranteed to be homosexual. They could be bi, pan, making exceptions, you know the drill. They're engaging in a homosexual sex act though, so let's apply this to Kodokan. A lot of it depicts a cartoon adult fucking a cartoon child. The adult could be a pedophile, they could also be someone looking to fuck something, someone looking to abuse their power over a child, whether or not they have genuine feelings for them, etc. Now you can call this a pedophilic sex act, but the thing is, a real pedophile fucking a doll is a pedophilic sex act. A real pedophile getting off the Kodokan may be using their pedophilia to do it. Those aren't bad things. No one's getting hurt in those scenarios. Someone being a pedophile and doing pedophile things aren't inherently bad. which is why it's dangerous and insensitive and bigoted to conflate pedophilia with CSA. Because when CSA occurs, the perpetrator's pattern of attraction doesn't matter. Whether they're a pedophile or not, they're abusing a child. And a lot of Kodokan artwork involving fictional adults depicts what would be CSA if it existed in real life. Not that that's a bad thing, it's non-exploitative material. People usually look at it knowing it would be bad in real life. Also, knowing the nature of anime, chances are that that kid the adult's having sex with is some immortal, omniscient being who could blow up the galaxy or some shit, so real-life power dynamic analysis wouldn't be applicable here. To answer the question, is Kodokan pedophilia? Maybe. It can appeal to pedophiles, but that's not a bad thing. Also,
you think that's not a bad thing? Are you serious?
So it would depend on the ages of the character. It could be nepiophilia or hebephilia. The ages of the character, by the way, not their appearance. It's why fucking a post-pubertal 9-year-old in real life would be CSA. And why fucking an adult that looks like a child in real life wouldn't be. Also, we would be, again, using a definition of pedophilia here that would dictate that two fictional men fucking would be homosexuality, regardless of the actual orientations of those men. And we'd be being insensitive to those affected by the conflation of the pattern of attraction and using it in harmless ways, and CSA. That's why I'd actually struggle to call it pedophilia. Whether it is or not, though, it's non-exploitative. That's the important thing, despite what aunties may tell you. This is disregarding pictures or writing that only have cartoon children, by the way. Now, does enjoying Kodokan make you a pedophile?
Yes.
I've established here and in prior videos that being a pedophile isn't a bad thing.
Okay. Make sure you do that the next time you're outside. Make sure you scream at the top of your lungs what you are, what you're into, and what you like to do, and how you like to do it. And make sure, when they start beating on you, say that it doesn't affect them. I'm sure they'll accept that as an answer. They'll definitely take it as an answer, and they will not immediately call for the police.
Would still make the argument that no, liking Kodokan does not make you a pedophile.
Now explain why.
Or a nepiophile, or a hebephile, or...
Now explain why.
The reason? Well, think about this. Someone attracted to real women isn't going to be guaranteed to be attracted to cartoon women, right? I don't think that's controversial. I mean, it makes sense to me, right? Maybe I'm wrong about this, but there are plenty of cases where people liking real-life people aren't going to like their cartoon equivalents. Particularly if they aren't into cartoons at all. This includes pedophiles who aren't into Kodokan, by the way. So, why the fuck does this logic not apply the other way in the eyes of so many people? These people, particularly aunties, like to assume that if you're attracted to a cartoon depiction of something, you must be attracted to the real thing. You know, despite the two clearly looking different from each other. Don't try to tell me they don't. Even with cosplays or live-action adaptations, you can still tell the cartoon from the real person. Both are stronger than Shanks, though. Probably the most controversial thing I'll say in this video. Anyway, the thing you need to understand is that attraction isn't rational. It is entirely possible to be attracted to cartoons and not their real-life counterparts. I know some ace people who are only into fictional stuff. Do Kodokan characters look like kids? Yes, they look like the kid version of cartoon adults. They don't look like real kids.
That's not the factor of what they're going for there, my friend.
Ask us why we're attracted to them? I could ask you why you're attracted to boobs. Why do we owe you an explanation? Because
you're trying to have an attraction to something that is the most defenseless factor of our society. And then you're telling people, listen, there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. Which only sets off more danger flags.
We're abnormal? So? Fuck normal. Now, yes.
Well, unfortunately, my friend, you're not trying to fuck normal, and that's half the goddamn reason you're here!
There are pedophiles who are attracted to Kodokan. There are two reasons for this. One, for some of us, Kodokan does appeal to our pattern of attraction, even if they look distinct from real children. Two, there are thousands of people who enjoy Kodokan stuff. Of course, there's going to be pedophiles. Any sufficiently large group of people is going to have pedophiles.
What an interesting theory. Are you willing to test that?
But you know what? However attracted we are to Kodokan, many, if not most of us, including me, would be horrified if we were shown actual CSAM, no matter how much it appeals to our patterns of attraction, because we have functioning fucking moral compasses.
Sure you do. The ethical slut, right next to the ethical rapist, and the ethical child sexual predator. We only hunt those that should be hunted. True, true, so true, so true, so true.
We know the difference between Kodokan and real CSAM, and we know how critical that difference is. Probably better than anyone else, because we don't rely on the wisdom of disgust as a cerebral shortcut. Whatever the case, enjoying Kodokan doesn't make you a pedophile. And another thing, people sometimes enjoy Kodokan because they put themselves in the position of the cartoon child having sex with the adult. Also, finding something attractive or getting off to it does not mean you want to have sex with it. I have a fire fetish. I know much better than to have sex with it, despite aunties probably wanting me to.
Who is surprised that the man that is trying to argue about his desire of what he likes to do is a person who has the tendency to be being an arsonist? Is anyone shocked? Anyone? 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 Because I can tell you I'm not surprised.
If you want to know whether enjoying Kodokan makes you a potential predator, I'll attempt to prove a negative as best I can. Because that's the thing. I don't know what kind of evidence for Kodokan not manifesting predators will suffice. Antis are like transphobes. It doesn't matter how much evidence you throw at them, they'll just double down. They actively make fun of us for presenting evidence, of which there is quite a bit. But hey, I can understand being apprehensive about academia, and about psychologists. I made a video giving my thoughts on the institution in America. But the therapists who say Kodokan is alright, they're absolutely right. Not because of the DSM or some shit, but because people have their sexual preferences, and conversion therapy is horrifying and ineffective. Or what's the other argument? That we should keep it private? Coming from the antis who continually violate the privacy of people they don't like? Yeah, forgive me if I call bullshit. Also, define private here. You mean keep it off the internet or keep it off of dedicated spaces? Because I'm reminded of homophobes complaining about seeing two men kiss in public. I can understand feeling discomfort over art depicting abuse, but there are many CSA survivors, including me, who enjoy code.
Who saw that coming? I did! I wonder if he gives an age. Think he gives an age? I'd guess 5 years old. 5, 7. If it's not a parent, probably a random stranger. So cringe.
Kodokan and other taboo content. Some of us use it to cope, and are incapable of producing our own content, so seeing it from others helps us. The thing is, whether we cope with it or not, it's inherently harmless. You don't need to be a survivor to enjoy it, create it, or share it. I say inherently because I do catch anecdotes about people who fell victim to groomers using Kodokan as a tool to groom them. I don't deny this. Groomers are everywhere, most prominently around the victim.
So when you said that you're not a danger, then you know that you just admitted that that was, in fact, either short-sighted or lie, right? That's why they don't want you near the kids. Especially since you're admitting it of your own volition. Why would you disagree with this opinion that is being brought to you by these people that just want to simply keep the kids safe, group?
I've stated in my previous videos that rape culture, part of which being
Rape
our
culture.
monumentally poor and belated sex education, makes children easy victims for groomers who don't even need tools to groom their victim.
So he's definitely on that bullshit that Herbert's on. He's definitely on that brony pill. If you don't let children know about sexuality, then you're gonna make them endangered. Destroy the minds of the child. Destroy the child.
Contrast to the Netherlands, which, at least in some places, have very comprehensive sex education. Equipping children with that knowledge has been shown to not only defend them from groomers, but also to better ensure that sexual contact with their peers is devoid of complications. Though, better access to birth control, abortions, and medical care is definitely a factor.
So, I'm gonna throw you a bone. I shouldn't, but I'm gonna throw you a bone. When you say kids, in that sentence, you meant adolescents. Adolescents should have better sex education. Children should know what sex is. At best, it would be a case of kids say the darndest things, where they overheard and repeated the words that they heard from mommy and daddy. That's it. Because if they're being told this information by a sibling, then the sibling's responsible for ruining that child's childhood. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know? More bots. Horror. I think children should know about their parts and that it's bad for anyone wanting to touch them. I'll agree with that. But that conversation should not be had by the approach of what we were told by good old Dansburst, let alone what was told before him by good old Brian Moles the Fox. So, for example, Zulian should never learn what his pee-pee is. He should know that's where his pee comes out. And that's it. He should know that if anybody tries to touch his pee-pee, he needs to holler for the nearest adult and run to them for safety. That's it. I don't want him to have any more knowledge than that. Because if he has any more knowledge than that, both me and Star have failed.
In the US, it's an absolute shit show, and also contributes to rape culture. The Dutch Democratic Youth Party are also trying to get Kodokan legalized, and minor attraction destigmatized and taught as an orientation, which is very promising. If you were to ask me, not only do I believe horrendous sex ed contributes to rape culture, it also gives rise to antis.
Kappa. I don't believe.
And there is absolutely an overlap. So if you want to play this game, that because some people use Kodokan to groom people as violent video games may have caused violence, I have two things to tell you. One, there are papers that suggest that availability of Kodokan decreases sexual abuse. Now, this is an objectively good thing, I won't deny, but it's the same problem as those supposedly enabled by Kodokan to groom people. It misses the key issue. Why are there individuals who would commit sexual abuse if it supposedly weren't for Kodokan? Or be enabled or influenced by it? If you ask me, I think that's indicative of a deeper issue. That being rape culture, which brings me to the other thing.
I'm pretty sure it's not rape culture, bro. I'm pretty sure it's not rape culture.
The overlap. So, because people were groomed using Kodokan, it should be further stigmatized and banned, right? Well, if you really want to play this game, then aunties should be considered potential sexual predators. As I covered in a previous video, there are tons of examples of sexual predators among the aunties. And racists. And
that's lovely. So let's follow this logic, shall we? Huh, this person who doesn't like eating meat, we're going to go attack all these meat eaters. Ah, this person who who believes that we shouldn't go out of our way to attack men and women, are going to go out in society and attack men and women. I don't think that works the way you think it does.
And queerphobes, and ableists, and abuse apologists, and victim blamers.
The more groups you keep naming, the more you prove my point.
In fact, even as I scripted this video, the creator of the Mandela Catalog and vocal auntie Alex Kister was exposed as a sexual predator. As I said, it happened so often that I can't document it fast enough. Meanwhile, any one time a Kodokan enjoyer is exposed as an actual predator, it's used as proof that Kodokan is bad. Does this seem familiar to you? I don't deny that there are groomers or bad people among the uncountable amount of people who enjoy Kodokan content. Just as I don't deny that there are, say, bad trans people. I have far more reason to be suspicious and anxious about vocal aunties, especially when they trivialize Kodokan by equating it with CSAM, which I think may explain why so many of them commit CSA. Now, is Kodokan child porn? Well, it's porn and there's cartoon children. The problem is that I've seen people use different definitions of porn or children. Some say that drawn or written porn is erotica and not actual porn. Some believe that porn must be consensual and have no exploitation. These kinds of people believe that child porn isn't a thing because of that and much prefer to call it child sexual exploitation or abuse material, or CSCM or CSAM as I do. I can accept that definition, but then, going by it, you need to accept that the porn industry produces a lot less porn than you think. There are many people, including especially CSA survivors, who find calling Kodokan child porn deeply offensive on the basis of it equating the two and trivializing the latter, as well as because Kodokan doesn't have real children. This is my stance, and thus I'll never call Kodokan child porn. I don't call anything that anyway, it's either CSAM or it isn't. I imagine a rebuttal to my points will be, so if I accept Kodokan, would I also accept things like racist fictional content? No, I wouldn't. I would criticize it. But those are two separate things. Kodokan appeals to an immutable sexual orientation, while racism appeals to social biases that can change and be stopped and shouldn't be spread. Nobody is actually saying fiction has no effect on reality. That is a straw man aunties love to use when they're not being masters of projection and failing to address their allergen to introspection. Again.
Really? Pray tell, can you explain why? No, you're not gonna give an example, it's just, that's what aunties do. That's an auntie trick. That's a trick that the aunties do to resist having to think about these questions. Okay.
Many of us in the Kodokan are survivors ourselves. There's also the matter of knowledge. While propaganda is meant to teach, subliminally or otherwise, and may exploit gaps in knowledge, People who consume Kodakon usually know damn well that CSA is bad in real life, and they know why that is. They usually know why better than anyone else. You know why? Because, as I said before, we're less prone to short-circuiting our brain with the wisdom of disgust. We're well fucking aware of the critical difference between Kodakon and CSAM. Isn't the latter's damn name?
Yes, I'm smarter than you. I'm wiser about how I choose to goon off in public. I could never make such a crime like this. Those uneducated just simply find themselves incapable at my steady hand. Shut the fuck up.
We oppose CSAM not because it's disgusting, but because it's fucking abusive. Real children aren't abused in making Kodakon, and that gives rise to another difference. You see, I find calls to ban this stuff pretty amusing. Kodakon, like any drawn or written porn, is made without exploiting anyone else.
Oh god, he's gonna do this fucking argument.
All it requires to manifest it is a manner of art or a writing tool and some imagination. And it's not a drug, it doesn't get used up. Any thousands of people can get off to the same piece of Kodakon thousands of times and it would still be there.
Okay, so multiple times this gets explained and used as a cop-out for why it's acceptable and why you should not judge people for this. And the problem with this should be the most obvious one. But unfortunately, it's not obvious for them. The reason why people always talk about you consume child porn, and then their counter is, well, it's not real, is because it's the exact same thing with serial killers starting off on animals. They're rarely going to start with their delusions on living creatures. They're going to start on something small. And that fictional piece of material is going to get used as training material, where they're going to work themselves up to trying it on somebody else. They're going to go from this fake shit to the real shit, because it's not going to give them the same off-put. It's not going to let them goon off in the same way. And that's the problem. People recognize that no matter how you say, I'm not offending, it's like looking at a vampire saying that he's not going to eat humans. Of course he eats humans. It's just a question of how they do it. The amount of cap isn't just the reason why people don't take you at your word. One second. The reason why they can't take you at your word when you say this is because the only reason why you are able to exist is because people are not aware of your proclivities publicly. We've had plenty of cases of examples of actual pedophiles and actual zoophiles demonstrate that they were willing to proceed their actions once they felt comfortable and included in a community of people who would abuse animals and abuse people and commit arson because they believe that as long as nothing's destroyed, nothing's burnt, nothing's desecrated, that it makes it okay. And the factor of, well, it's not real, is the exact same shit. What? What? So, ultimately, The same reason, ironically enough, why people would make fun of Jack Thompson, that people participating in in-game violence does not mean that they'd be predisposed to then commit real-world violence, is actually the exact factor that's at play every single time. You choose to expose your actions unto the material because, in your mind, no one's getting harmed by you gooning off to the material, so why should it be a problem? You use that logic to subterfuge the harm that you'll cause, because as long as there isn't a direct victim, excuse me, as long as there isn't a direct victim, you see it as just people brouhahaing over nothing. Oh, I'm not going to be a danger. I'm not going to harm anyone. But you are. The mindset that an individual would need to have is that they would have to understand that they have an addiction and that they are fighting with that addiction at all times. The attitude of, oh, I can just have a little bit, I can just have a little bit more, it's not that big of a danger, it's not that big of a problem. They would have to fight with that all of the time. And any bit of resistance as claiming as though that is not what is at risk or at stake or is true is an example of exactly how far lost they are and how far gone, like how far off and how far gone they are. You're a danger to yourself and others. Claiming that you are not is going to assuage the opinions of the people hearing you talk like this, because they can't trust you. Because if we could trust every single person that said they're not a danger to society, they're not a menace to society, they're not a danger to themselves and others, then we wouldn't have to have the facilities and the faculties that we should have, and often don't have in many cases, and need to gain. We have to have societal boundaries. That's why we don't like people talking to children about sex. Because you'll put that thought in their head that it's okay as long as mommy and daddy don't know. It's okay as long as there's no real problem. It's okay as there's no real harm caused. But there is harm caused. And teaching them this is teaching a behavior that will have horrible outcomes later on in their lives. Let alone currently in their lives today. It doesn't need to be taught to them. They shouldn't be copying it, they shouldn't be emulating it. And the desire to pass off the harm that it faces and that it poses is half the reason why many could not trust. Not only could not trust, but also should not trust. It's so frustrating, because there are many that understand exactly that point. They just don't think it can happen to them. It's why you have to have educators. It's why you have to have mitigation risk classes. It's why the people who have to interact with the subject matter have to be taught and trained on not only how to view the situation, how to view the discussion, but also the procedure that they need to go through and must always go through. Because it is so easy. It is so easy to fall off the slippery slope. Especially when trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. Because all it takes is one. All it takes is one.
And it can be copied and distributed endlessly. As I said before, it exists even in our imaginations. Attempting to ban it is impractical. Trying to change our sexual preferences is impractical. Oh, and the argument that Kodokan's illegal? Miss me with that. Slavery was once legal. You'll have to do better than that.
So by your logic, we can't change you, we can't change the desire for it, we can't remove it, so why do you think there are so many people that immediately then say, oh cool, we can't change it, we can't fix it, I got a solution, click click! It's so easy. It's so easy for them to fall to it. That's why people don't want to give you the benefit of the doubt. That's exactly the reason why. They don't want to give you the benefit of the doubt because you can't take shit serious. You're so flippant and so prepared to be flippant. So, okay, not our problem. I'm gonna let God sort them out. That's where the language comes from. It's not even saying that they'd hear you out. It's just simply that you immediately say, there ain't nothing you can do. I was born this way. I was born this way. They're gonna make sure that if you were born this way, you're gonna go out this way. Then what? I'm not even on the side of the reduction of harm in your case. Because for many of you, in your cases are fucked. But if you're so flippant and so prepared to say, there's nothing that we can do about that, okay. Guess they're gonna have to find you somewhere. That's what that know-it-all attitude gets y'all. 100%. If this was happening between adults, they would not give a shit. But you want to teach this shit onto children. You effectively want to teach children how to deceive their parents and to hide something. And for you, wherever the fuck you developed this once you were assaulted at a young age, which is where it got put into your head probably, you want to now visit that harm on everyone else. And you want to pretend that it's anything else other than what it is, which is harm.
But go ahead. Ask us. A drawing of what? Because I'll take the...
It's a drawing of a child. That's what. It's a drawing of a child. It's a drawing of a child. It's a digital drawing of a child. It is a burnt object that you lit up with your lighter. Because, oh man, I was just having the itch. Just had to flick and ooh, the colors. It is a dead corpse. It is a dead corpse of a squirrel. It is a desecrated corpse of a raccoon. It is the desecrated corpse of any small game and livestock. It is the result of your fucked up behavior. And to quote Dexter, open your fucking eyes and see what you've done! You can't confront it. So, often when people hit you with the picture of what? You hear those words in the back of your head. You think you're Dexter! And you're not! Because even then, Dexter is a fictional human being! He's not real! He's a character portrayed by Michael C. Hall. And I guess in the future for Original Sin, whoever the fuck that actor is. A bunch of fucking wannabe Dexters running around thinking that they're him! And you think that you figured out the method in which to shield and hide your desires for other people to see. And you're not them! You're not them! And you never would be! You never can be and you never would be. And you want society to change to allow you a place in which you can exist. So you can sit up and say, you can't have a law like that would persecute someone! Because that law would persecute me! You can't be helped. I'm sorry. Pimple on my cheek. Let's finish. Let's finish this video so we can get the fuck out of here.
Debate. I won't beat around the bush. I'll tell you that's a drawing of a fictional kid getting railed. And as you laugh at having proved I was a danger or some shit and get in your car, I encourage you to run a red light. No, not just out of hatred and malice for aunties, but because the red light is a light. So is a green light. You're usually safe going through green lights, so you should be safe going through red lights too, because they're lights, right? After all, you've set the precedent that adjectives have no bearing on things. or what you should do.
What a stupid analogy to end off with.
A red light is the same as a green light, so you should just run the light. You'll be safe if you do that, right? It's just a light! A light of what?
Societal rules, as we've taught people how to drive, would tell them that you do not run a red light because that is when traffic is stopped at intersections. If everybody just decides to run a light because, hey, they ran the red light because they thought it was a green light, or they ran the yellow light because it wasn't a red light yet, it was only yellow. It was turning from green to yellow. If we use the emphasis and then replace it with the exact point amongst real people, people running physical or generalized behaviors as yellow lights and green lights, which is in this case red flags and green flags. The concerning behavior that before them is a person trying to make up justifications and excuses that allow them to go about the practication of the behavior that they want to have would mean that they're ignoring flags of failures of character or morals or procedure or what have you for why it wouldn't be acceptable. So, when you tell people you should run a red light because it's the same as running a green light, that's an obvious red flag. That you are now equivocating between wanting to have access to children and driving a car. You're not fit to have a conversation. You are lost. Dazed and confused. Delirious even. The fact that you believe that it's close to conjecture of an opinion that can be made rational is pathetic. And should be unto deserving of mockery. Because you legitimately do not fucking get it. You don't understand. You don't appreciate. How could you? You don't take what they're saying serious. So you say something equally flippant. Throw it back. We found another one. Throw it back. Pain. Head. Hurts. Running a yellow light is fair because it's the in-between time before you need to stop and before after you could go. Realistically, you shouldn't run yellow lights either. Because the entire point of a yellow light is caution. 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 If every single time a person were to find themselves at a yellow light and they started hearing the sound from F-Zero telling you about an oncoming environmental hazard, all while Mute City's playing in your ear, that would make it clear what they're supposed to be. It's the equivalent of being told, wait. Now I get what you're saying, I get what you mean, but I wouldn't run yellow lights. I try to be cautious. I try to take my time. As obvious as that could be with how I choose to play video games, because of course, I play video games like I live my life. I'm not without caution. It's just that I make educated guesses, and I'm definitely not playing around with my life or other people's lives over something as fucking ridiculous, trivial, or obtuse as this. Because that's unfortunately where we're at now. We're at the point where you've got people inside society that think that they're Dexter. They just think they're Dexter. They all think they're Dexter. Anyways, I'm out of time. I will need to go soon. I will work your sound into the filter, and then I will let you know the next time that I see you, Buster, what it's on and what it works for. You didn't say you had a preference about where you wanted to go. You said you wanted it on a healing item. I'll probably put it on a general drop currency, and then let you see what that looks like inside of combat. It'll be basically kind of like what I'm doing right now with the sound effects that were applied for Breach, because I put Horror's sound effect onto Breaches. And as you can see there, when it drops currency items, it sets it off multiple times. So, all right, I'm getting the hell up out of here. I'm sorry, chat. Goodbye. I'll tell Star that you all said hello.